unless anyone has any objections.
No.
All right. Okay. As a preliminary matter, this is Ray Pohl, Chairman of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Permit me to confirm that all members and persons interested on the agenda are present and can hear me.
Yes.
One second, Val. I'm just checking to see whether anyone else has joined us, and it doesn't appear that there is. Okay, so members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Val Oliver.
Aye.
Thank you.
Here.
Abby Camp.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen Welch.
Aye.
Thank you. And Ray Pohl for the record. Staff, when I call your names, please respond in the affirmative. Kathy Flynn.
Aye.
Thank you. Kadeem McCarthy.
Aye.
Thank you, Kadeem. And the anticipated speakers I will call as they're representing their applications. Good afternoon. This is the meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's being conducted remotely consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 20th, 2020, due to the state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to outbreak of COVID-19. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19, Lisa, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in a publicly accessible physical location. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely so long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will not feature public comment. For this meeting, the HDC is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that all attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that other folks may be able to see you and to take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided members of this body are available on the town's website unless noted otherwise. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I note otherwise. So we're now beginning the first item of the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, I will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, questions, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. If not, we'll mute it for you. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If the members wish to engage in a conversation with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourselves. Finally, each vote taken at this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. And please let the record reflect that John McLaughlin has joined us. John, can you just respond that you're here? John McLaughlin, just say aye. Oh, he's muted, folks.
Okay.
John, can you unmute, please?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. So just say aye when I call your name. John McLaughlin.
Aye.
Okay, thank you, John. Welcome. Okay, so we're going to ratify tonight's agenda, although the most recent agenda has language, it's item, I think, number 5, that most of you probably don't have because it just came out, that has an emergency enforcement action. I don't have enough information to really speak on that at this time. I'm going to do more tomorrow. So I would like to for somebody to move to ratify tonight's agenda with the exception of item number 5 on the most recent agenda. Okay?
So moved.
Thank you. Thanks, Val. So all those in, no. Roll call vote. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
and chair votes in favor. Great. So the amended agenda is approved. And now we will move along to, FYI, the first item on our agenda is the public comment section. The public may comment via email. And Kadeem, I believe you're monitoring that. You're on mute right now. But if anything comes up on that, would you please let me know so that I can just read it into the record?
Will do, Ray.
Thank you, Kadeem. So then let's move along to item 2, which is the consent agenda. Now, I need to recuse. And do any of our other, and Val needs to recuse.
Yeah.
I believe we have a little bit of an issue. Oh, no, we don't. Abby, John, and Stephen can vote on the consent agenda. Unless either of you three have a conflict, and it does not appear that you do. Stephen, can you chair that? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Abby, can you chair?
Sure.
All right. Abby, you're just getting a vote on the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Abby? Where's Abby?
There we go.
Do you want me to chair it or not? I'm confused.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Abby, I just made the motion to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you, Steve. Are you in favor of your,
I am.
okay. Who else is on it?
John,
Me,
John,
you, and John.
Yes, I'm here.
are
can you
you
hear me?
in favor of the consent agenda?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And I am too. So that passes.
thank you, Abby. Now, I also need to recuse from consent with conditions because Lisa and I have something on that. So Abby, could you chair that one as well? Now you will have a board of, Val will be included in your board.
Yep.
So you have Val, Abby, Stephen, and John.
Motion to approve consent with conditions. Thank you, Val. Steve?
Can we have brief discussion on the motion?
Sure.
Kathy, through you, Madam Chair. Kathy, do any of these have retaining walls taller than 3 feet that you're aware of?
No, no.
Okay, thank
No.
you. I'm in favor of the motion.
Thank you, Steve. John, are you in favor of the
Say that
consent?
again, please.
Excuse me? Are you in
Hello?
favor of the consent with conditions?
Yeah, this thing is messed up, if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Unbelievable. I'm on the thing. It says no meeting agenda. And documents start with 2 Flintlock Road and 5 Sun Island Run.
Yeah, but we're, John, we're in the middle of voting on the consent with conditions. Are you in favor?
Yes,
Thank
definitely.
you very much. Val, are you on this one?
Yeah, I made the motion and I'm in favor of my motion, Madam Chair.
Very good. That
And Stephen.
includes the consent with conditions positively.
Okay, great. Thank you, Abby. Now we're on to signs. There's only one sign, and Kathy, if you could just tell us about that one, I'd appreciate it.
It was approved with the sign council's recommendations,
With your
comments.
comments, yeah. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. All of us will sit on this. Can I have a motion?
Motion to approve the Nantucket Island Land Bank sign in various locations.
Could you append with as per sign advisory comments?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Abby.
my motion.
Okay, so, John, are you in favor of Abby's motion?
Repeat it, please.
It's to approve the signs as per sign advisory comments.
Yes,
Thank you. Val,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
chair in favor, motion carries. Okay, now we're on to new business. First item is 7 Greenleaf Road. Do we have Chris Hall Architects representative on board?
I did see him. Yes, he's here.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm waiting for this stuff to pop up. I'm just seeing blank right now.
I think it's just downloading.
Kathy, can I ask, Mr. Chair, through you, Kathy? I don't see 7 Greenleaf on the links
It
for the
was.
new.
It's under the views, Kadeem.
Yeah, I clicked on it. I know.
Yeah,
It's
yeah. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
just waiting for it to download, Kathy, for whatever reason. This one is popping
Oh,
up.
gotcha.
I can see the little number moving. It's just taking.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I see
39 pages. It's a lot.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Gotta love the Zoom.
Here we go.
There we are.
Slowly but
Thank you.
surely.
Now, Representative, are you Chris Hall?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great. We're almost ready for you to just walk us through what you're asking
Okay.
this application. Obviously, the first thing we want to see is a locus so we can all get oriented here. Oh, this
They're all
is-
coming.
While we're waiting, Mr. Chair, I just want to say I was happy to see there was absolutely everything we needed on this application. So A+.
all right.
Yes.
All.
Thank you.
Okay, move slowly on those, okay, there we go. Eel Point Road, Greenleaf at the corner there. Okay. Facing north. So what we see on that locus plan is the house that you plan to do the addition on. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Kadeem, if you could scroll down a little bit more now that we all know where this is going. There's the house. Okay. Right. Okay. Very good. Mhm. Okay. Oh, I see. These are where you took the photos from.
Correct.
Once. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, now, this is an important document because I'm hoping that we can see where the addition is going on this site plan. Can we?
That's existing. So if you keep going, that's the existing site plan.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, now this is the proposed, correct?
Nope, keep going.
I'll keep going. All right. Now our foundation plan.
Right. That's the existing drawing set,
All right.
and then we'll get to proposed.
A++.
Wow.
Here we go.
All right.
That's by civil, and if you want to go down one more, that's it right there.
Okay. So it essentially faces Eel Point Road.
Yes,
The addition is on the northwest corner of this building. Okay.
exactly.
Good. All right. Continue down, Kadeem.
what is the question?
Yeah, John. Go ahead. John?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes?
No?
Yeah.
All right, what do you want to know? This
No,
thing is messed
you
up
had
bad.
a question.
Do I have any questions? No.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, so if we could zoom in a little bit, Kadeem, I believe this north elevation is the one that faces Eel Point Road. Okay, so it's a gable projecting forward. Let's see, west. Okay, so the side elevation of the gable facing Eel Point Road. Got it. All right. That's the inside courtyard view of the same thing poking out to Eel Point Road. Okay. Okay, so now this looks like you're doing a few incidental things on the other elevation. Like, are you adding windows here or what?
Yes. Existing dormers adding windows.
Okay, all right. That's on the south side.
Yes.
Without having to go back to the locust plan, is there a road that runs back there or just private property?
No, the Millers purchased the 2 acres behind them and donated it to the land trust.
Okay,
They're surrounded by conservation. And they're actually in like a bowl, the whole south. So you can't even see directly south because you look into the side of a hill. But it's just conservation land.
okay, fair enough. What else do we have to look at here? Was there anything happening on the east elevation? I know that we saw the east side of your addition, but was there anything on the east side of the building?
Nope.
No. Okay. Folks, do we have any questions for our applicant?
No, I'll make comments though.
Yeah, please.
I actually really appreciate this addition. I think it gives the building like some sense of hierarchy, and now there is like a main mass with additive massing trailing as opposed to everything sort of being on the same height plane, but just skewed a little.
Mhm.
The visibility of this is minimal. It fits in with the existing architecture. I think it's a A+ job.
Thank you, Val. I appreciate that. Abby, are you ready?
Yeah, am I muted?
No, I can hear you.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
Well, I appreciate Val's comments because I don't know this area that well. I was concerned about the height going up a couple of feet, but considering where it is, I'm okay with the 2 feet, whatever the new gable goes up. I think I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you. Stephen.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Val's comments. I think there's probably just 2 comments I would add. One is that it does pick up this 3 comments. It picks up design elements of the existing structure, I think, in a sensitive way. Although much of this won't be visible, it's on the 2nd story with the gable forwards. The other comment is that I know that this isn't a landscape plan, but it was nicely done, very subtle for that area with respect to the rendering. And then the last thing I would say, just as a general comment, is if you look at the site plan, this is a great example of a structure that takes building with Nantucket in mind to heart with respect to the rule guidelines, and it builds the house into the hill versus building it on top of the hill. And I really, if you flip to the, Kadeem, if you go to, bear with me a second. Sheet A2.21.1. And you look at the proposed east elevation and the south, you can see the retainage
Oops, sorry. Shoot. Come on.
Well, it doesn't matter. It just, I mean, I'm not trying to overemphasize the point, but I think it's an important one, given some of the concerns that have been voiced about different structures in the very recent past and ongoing. So I just wanted to highlight that whomever did that original build into the side of the hill versus on top of it, kudos to them also. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, great. John?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Any elevation, flat elevation that has more than 3 gained windows should be changed to 2. Because you got 1 and 2 elevations there that have 6 gained windows, one upstairs. And it's just too many for the wall.
John, I think you're talking about the south elevation?
You gotta scroll it. Let me see.
Yeah, so right
South
now,
elevation, yes.
yeah, so that faces back to, there's no public walk back there. There's no publicly traveled way in the back. The north side faces Eel Point Road. But this back, the dormers exist and he's just adding some windows in there, just so you know.
Okay, that's my comments on it. There shouldn't be any triples.
Okay. Is that it, John?
That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm still trying to get on this thing.
No, you're doing okay. You're doing fine. We can hear you, you know.
Thank
All
you.
right. So, Chair shares the comments of Val, I guess, Abby, and Stephen. I think that your point about the grade thing is well taken, particularly out there where we see so many of the other type of sighting occurring. Can I have a motion on this one?
I move to approve as submitted.
Okay. Thank you. Roll call vote. Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. John? John? Uh-oh, we lose him?
Ruh-roh.
Oh, we did lose him. I'm adding him back now.
Just lost completely?
Yes,
Okay, so,
he should be back.
all right. Val, are you in favor of your motion?
I am, yes.
Okay. John, are you back and can you hear me? No.
He is back in the chat room at least. I just don't know where he is.
Can we get him vocal? John, oh, there you are. John, can you hear me now? No, you're muted. John, you're muted. Okay, talk. John?
Yes,
Okay. The motion is to approve as submitted. Are you in favor or opposed to the motion?
I'm opposed to the motion in that location.
Okay, because of the windows. Thank you. The chair is in favor. Motion carries, I believe, 4-1. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much.
All right, so next up, do we have somebody here? Oh.
It's Stephen.
Okay, all right, so I think somebody needs to recuse around here, don't we, Stephen? No.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll recuse. Do you want me to sign out and sign back in as an applicant?
No. Okay, so what you got, Stephen?
All right, so this is a application for a shed that is not permanent, not metal. It's not a storage container. Basically looking to do some work, hopefully, and when work gets started, stuff needs to go someplace that can be moved rapidly. It's a relatively small lot, and stuff's still going to need to be stored, whether it's in that particular location or not. So there's 2 locations. One I'm not seeing it bubbled. I'm not sure why, but if you look at, Kadeem, could you go to the, is there an image of the actual, can you zoom in on the Google aerial, please?
I see the little red rectangle, if that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, so there's basically a red rectangle, and to the right of it, there's a covered deck, and it will be in one of those two locations. It is applied for both during the period that it's on the property. It is not meant to be permanent. It will not have a foundation, no piers, no metal, no concrete.
Hey, Stephen,
Yeah,
how long is it going to be up? Do you have a sunset on it?
I did. I actually put 720 days just for the purposes of not knowing what's going on with COVID. And if
Right.
they put a moratorium on us again.
Right.
I'll just shoot it out there. I have imagery. I didn't actually realize, well, in any event, I have imagery of the area. There are 5 sheds within basically a Tom Brady spiral from this location. One of them, you can actually see the rusting metal of the roof from space with
Oh.
Google. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And I can also show you context pictures if
Yeah,
necessary.
I've seen these sheds all over the place. Okay, I'm going to open it up to the board comments. Thanks, Steve. Val,
Sure. We've been known to approve these time and time again, especially with a time frame attached as a temporary shed. So I have no problem with this. In
Okay.
either location, as it has to move around, it's obviously there because he's going to be doing construction, and I'm fine with it.
okay, thank you, Val. Abby.
How many boats do you have?
Not enough in the water.
That's right. Good
Really?
answer. Yeah, temporary, I don't really care. I was just curious, what is the material? I missed that.
It's one of those Shelter Logic. I think it's a vinyl type canvas.
What color?
It's a tan so that it doesn't overheat because there will be maybe some fuel kept in it.
Tan.
Yeah, again, I can show you context pictures. The metal one that's rusting is white.
Yeah, I was afraid it was white. I'm fine with tan and temporary.
Okay, thank you, Abby. John,
Yes,
what do you think of Stephen's temporary work shelter?
how long is temporary?
How many days? 700 days?
Up basically 720 is what I put in for.
720 days.
Again, based on not knowing what's going to happen with COVID-19.
I didn't hear an answer.
2 years. But
Fine.
that, John, the reason he's doing 2 years is because he doesn't know whether there's going to be another stop work as a result of COVID-19. So he wants to be safe.
I think there's very low visibility there, but I'll say I'm not objectionable to it. They got them all over the island.
Well, that is definitely true, John. Okay, so it sounds like you're okay with this. And I noticed that Diane has joined us. Diane, you're muted. I'll ask to unmute. Well, actually, let's leave Diane off of this because she may have come in midway through.
Oh, good
So-
idea. Motion to approve, sorry.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Val,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. John,
What color is it?
it's tan.
Thank you.
Okay, are you in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Thank you, John, and chair's in favor. Motion carries. Okay, thanks, Stephen. And now we have another member that needs to recuse. That would be Miss Val Oliver.
Yes, and I would like to share the screen. So I
Okay.
have a little presentation.
Okay,
Do I have to
So-
stop sharing my screen?
She can just click share screen and it'll come up.
Sounds good.
It says
And
you
I'm on,
cannot share screen while the other participant is sharing.
All right, I'm stopping now.
okay. I want a point of order here. I want to just let the record reflect that Diane Coombs has joined us, and so she's participating in this application, okay? All right, so Val, we're waiting for you to screen share, right?
Trying to figure it out. Hold on.
Okay. We're here. And then you're next.
Share. I have it on my desktop. Stephen, how do I get it on there?
So once you hit share, some small window thumbnails will pop up. Have you opened it in the background? So open the file you'd like us to view.
Yep.
Click share screen, and
Okay.
when you click share screen, it will pop up some thumbnail views. Click on the one you want us to see. Double click it.
Oh, okay.
So you should hit, yeah, that's it.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You see it.
All right. So I'm going to go to the end of my presentation to show you what Kadeem was going to show you that I'm applying for.
Okay.
And then I'm going to return back to my my PIP photos and things.
Okay.
So this is a project on 17 Broadway, a house from the 1800s that we've been before you before for a few things. One notably was the fold-in windows.
Yes.
They look like double hung when they're in their sitting position, and they fold in when they're open.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a few revisions to that previous approval. So on the west elevation, if you can see that, there is no changes on any of that ever,
Okay.
which is what faces the street, Broadway.
Mm-hmm.
Then on the south, if you look, I have the existing elevation. What was approved had 3 windows,
Right.
and we're reducing our number of windows to 2. And also previously, we had a little dormer bump here. We're eliminating the dormer and making it instead a shed mass so that we could add a dormer on top of that on the 3rd floor, which really needs some space.
Okay.
So then I'm going to my east elevation. Again, the east up here is existing,
Mm-hmm.
approved, which we got this little dormer approved. HSAB was fine with it because it wasn't a dormer over a dormer.
Mm-hmm.
So to alleviate that concern, we've eliminated the dormer end of this, making it just a shed roof mass.
I see.
And again, asking for those fold-in windows because I have a precedent photo, which I will show you closer in my presentation after this, that shows this was an open 2nd floor porch. And asking to add a small dormer on the rear of this structure with 3/3 windows. And that is the changes we're asking for. So now I'm going to go back to the beginning and show you, walk my way through it. So typically, as you see, we've approved these before, these swing-in windows that latch up to a ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Windows that we are asking for basically do the same thing, except they sort of fold in half on themselves, so there's not so much inside the room to contend with. As you see on the existing structure, unfortunately, they have all casement windows,
Hey,
which
Val,
are, yeah,
can I ask you something?
yes.
The folding window thing has already been reviewed and has already been approved.
On the 1st floor,
Oh, so you're
I'm-
asking for more of those on the 2nd floor?
right. Yes,
But-
because
but
we
so-
discovered that that was also an open porch and they'd like to retain that feeling.
I got it. But so you're using the same windows, just in a different location?
Exactly, but I wanted to make note of the mechanism whereby they swing in is really no significantly different than what we approve
Mm-hmm.
in our usual way.
Yep.
These are just to show you, by the way, these are the old windows which are getting kept that are in the living room. They are old casement windows. They have this little lever right here and
Oh, yeah.
swing out. Now,
Yep.
that's not to say what you're looking at here are those windows. These are modern, kind of no good windows. So those are the windows we're talking about right here.
Okay.
I would also make note, sorry, that when you're on Front Street, which is the street I'm pointing out to you, the back of this house, it's a very narrow lane. And so you could never really back up far enough to look up at the top height of this roof. And if you go down to Codfish Park, which I'm going to show you, I walked along and took photos, they're blocked by what's now there on Front Street. So
Okay.
here's the start of Codfish Park from the kids' park looking down. I call that part 1. Then I'm walking down farther, part 2. Part 3, I start to have to get into the little side streets to look up and take photos. We still cannot see this house from Codfish Park Road. So this is Bank Street, which is at the bottom of Front Street. Now I'm standing at that little corner where it turns the corner and returns back to Codfish Park.
Yep.
And as you can see right from that little house on the corner, you look up, you cannot see the house I'm working on from this vista. If I walk slightly farther down the lane, I'm showing you with an arrow House of Lords, which is the house that's always been next to it. So you can see that we can see a tiny bit of House of Lords. Our house is in back way over here.
Okay.
And so then I have this historic photo that the NHA had on one of their videos showing that we had previously an open porch and there were not all the houses in front of it. Just also the red arrow is showing you where House of Lords is and where our house is, and oops, and how you can't see that. Then I took pictures all around the house. Here is a drone shot from the real estate site, but I think it clearly shows that there's just this small 5 foot, maybe even 4.5 foot lane in between houses. So from Broadway, you can't see it. Here we are back on the lane at Front Street. A closer up between House of Lords and No Nantum, which is the name of this house. Looking on Front Street the other way, there's our windows. And again, another direction. So there's minimal visibility. And then I just went through the area and took pictures of different quirks and bumps and lumps and kinds of dormers that you would see to show that Codfish Park really does have some unique characteristics. And I don't think the small dormer that we're really asking for is out of the norm, especially due to the visibility. And I end it with what you looked at first, which was nothing changing on the west. The south is going from 3 windows to 2 and changing the massing to accommodate the dormer above. East, again, small dormer, fold-in windows, and just a little bit more of the dormer showing from the north behind the dormer that's right here.
Okay.
And that's it. That's my
All right.
presentation.
Val, thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, who?
if I may, this is Kathy. Would you like me to
Kathy.
read Holly's comments?
Yeah, please.
All right, so Holly says south, change from the 3 6/6 windows to 2 of the 6/6 is okay. The east elevation, add 3rd floor dormer. There was no Sconset Advisory Board meeting on March 9th. They said it was not appropriate. They didn't have a quorum, rather.
That was when it
Staff-
first came in, right?
Yes, yes, and staff agrees even with elimination of dormer and making a shed roof, it is still dormer on dormer. Is that from the previous?
No, that's that one.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the north elevation, view of proposed dormer on east elevation.
Okay,
it.
that's it?
Okay.
All
Yep,
right,
that's it.
thank you, Kathy.
Sure.
I'd like to open it up to the board. Would anyone care to begin? Diane?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
go, Mr. Chairman. Was somebody else speaking?
I think maybe Diane was going to speak.
Oh, go ahead.
All right. I think that the additions, perhaps without the dormer, are fit the house and the area. I think those fold-up windows, we've used them before because they existed and they exist in this house. So I think they're fun to have, and certainly a part of our history of windows surrounding porches. So I would not go against those. Existing outswing windows are already existing in the house. So I would allow them then on the first floor.
Well, can I give you some?
No, yeah, so the windows, the outswing casements are the old outswing casements that aren't changing.
Right.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
Okay,
And we're making these, Diane, they in swing.
Okay. Well, that's fine because I was thinking it's safer.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah,
to,
Yeah.
because that little lane, first place we ever stayed was on Nicanus, and it's just up the street.
Hmm.
And that little lane gets a little overgrown in the summertime, so it gets harder to go up, and it'll never
Oh.
be changed. So I think that all the little bits and pieces of what Val has put in fits into the house and the particular area very well. So I am glad to see that the windows were reduced to 2, and otherwise, if it can be worked out, that dormer on the left-hand side is on the east elevation, I would go along with removing.
Thank you, Diane. Abby?
I'm looking at the dormer that Diane was just referring to, and I'm wondering, because it's not centered over anything, it's kind of floating a little bit. I was wondering if you just did 2 and you put them right over the second and third one on the second floor, line them right up, it would seem more intentional and read more balanced to me.
Okay. Anything else, Abby?
I'm fine with the quirky windows and so forth. I was fine with it before because when Val was talking, I realized that you're not going to see those dormers, but just for the sake of balance, that was my suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, what is the roof? Is it wood
Whatever it is now, I
wood
think,
shingles?
I don't know if it is. I think it's just 3-tab gray asphalt. Yeah, look at the pictures. If you can zoom in on them there, it's just a flat gray. It's what's existing.
So, okay, and that you would just continue that for the,
Yeah, we're not changing the roof.
gotcha, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, Abby. Stephen?
Sure, thanks, Mr. Chair. Val, just a couple of quick questions on the application page. The second sheet in your application submission shows 11 Broadway and
Yeah.
some other imagery.
Yeah.
Can you? Yeah, so what, just a couple quick questions. 11 Broadway, that looks like what, like a 1 or maybe a 1.5 or 2 and 12 pitch?
Yeah, if that.
Yeah, it's almost a
then-
flat roof.
And then
And-
the one and then below that
Is the front of that.
is that's what, like a 612?
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
Okay, well, it's kind of, it's not a, and then the picture below that, what's the house behind 17 Broadway that has the dormer in the top third of the roof?
Oh, yeah, I see that.
Which is, that tends to me to be something we don't normally see, but I think it kind of supports your application in the sense that it's in the top third of the roof.
Oh, so
Um,
here's 11. So it would be this one or this one.
But
I don't know, at
Val,
the bottom picture on the left, you can
Bottom
see a
picture.
dormer
Yep.
at the top. So anyways, those, I just wanted to point those out because I think they're relevant. With respect to the drawings, the application, the drawings themselves, I have no concerns with the windows. I have a question on the second floor. If you're looking at your proposed east elevation,
Yeah.
the windows to the right, the 3 gang, they're going to be similar light size?
Yeah, they're supposed to be exactly the same.
Okay, so that's great. With respect to the dormer, I'm kind of reminded, I think the change to the shed roof is helpful. I think the fact that it's in the upper third is helpful in this particular application. I think that I'm reminded of a dormer over a dormer that we approved on Washman Ave, I believe, maybe 4 or 5 months ago. And it was limited to no visibility. And I think if this is no visibility or limited, it's going to read like the dormer that I just mentioned on the house across the street, across the Shell Road. With respect to balancing and so on and so forth, I might even suggest, if the dormer width is important to the program, that if you're on your proposed east elevation,
Yeah.
that the leftmost window would align center over, slide the dormer to the right such that the leftmost window would align over the window below it.
Okay.
Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
thank you, Stephen. How about you, John? You there?
Yes, sir, I'm here. Hope you
right,
can hear
great.
me.
Okay.
The 2 dormers on the 3rd floor are inappropriate for the immediate surroundings. They should not be there. And the other comment is these fold-up windows?
Yes.
Yes. There are, the only place I can find them is down behind the Catholic Church. There's a restaurant. They had them there up till this year. And there's only one I can find in Sconset other than this request. I think they're inappropriate for this style of house. So they ought to put in regular double hung windows in there. And the one that shows here on the screen has the fold up windows there, but they're not double hung.
Well,
And-
they're folded on each other.
I'm sorry?
That's what they do. They just fold in on each other. So you don't see the big, let me go back and show you, John. This is typically what they would do when you fill in a porch. These fold, they're like double hung when they're down, but they fold in on each other so they don't need as much space in the ceiling.
I see. Yeah. The ones on the left are multi panes. The one on the right, I don't know how to describe them. There's no center meeting rail on them.
But there is when
There
they're
is when
down.
you fold it down, John.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh.
I think the dormers are inappropriate, this style of structure where it is. And looking at the photo you took from down on Codfish Park, looking up towards the structure, there are no other 3rd floor dormers visible from the camera. So I'm just saying, I think they're inappropriate. They ought to eliminate those. And these tie-up windows I think they're an aberration of the destruction of historic area. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Can I respond to that?
I might be doing a little bit of that
Okay.
on my own here. So I'll just tell you, I listened to your narrative and I was sort of wondering why you were, talking about view from Codfish Park and everything and how narrow that road is. But so I think the most telling photograph is that right where you have your cursor right now, Val, with the little shell drive or road, whatever we want to call it. Okay, what we're looking at, the house is on the left-hand side, and there is a dormer there. You can tell that there is because of the existing conditions drawings. Now, if there were another dormer on top of that set back, there's no way that you'd be able to see it from this road. In fact, as Stephen pointed out, there's one on the roof of the house right across the street from this that you also can't see. And then I was wondering why you're doing the Codfish Park thing, because arguably, well, if you could see the whole building from down in Codfish Park, then you would see the dormer. But I think that you've demonstrated that you won't be able to see any of this building from down in Codfish Park. And if you can't see the building, you won't be able to see the dormer. So I'm okay with the dormer. I'm not sure that I had anything else to say. Other than, those double hung in swings are no different than an in swing like a hopper unit or something like that. So,
And they do
How
look
did you-
like double hung when they're down.
right. Well, yeah, they're set up just like double hung, just the fact that they have a hinge on them instead of a sliding mechanism. So I'm okay with it. But did you want to say anything else, Val?
I just wanted to point out to John that the existing windows are swing out on both floors.
Casements, yeah.
Yep, here's both directions on that street. And I think for a multitude of reasons, A, that they look like double hung when they're down, and B, that they swing in and out of the path of Front Street is a win-win.
Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Val, could you show me where the casement windows are in the existing house again?
On the front?
Yeah, did you just have an image? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Oh, well, here,
Those are existing casements on the existing structure?
correct.
Thank you. I would make a motion perhaps for some discussion, if you would entertain that, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
So I would motion to approve as submitted, subject to revisions through staff. Revision being as shown on the east elevation, that the dormer would slide to the right such that the leftmost window aligns over the center gang window below.
Okay.
okay, that's your one condition for your approval.
Yeah.
Okay, so there is a motion. I'm going to go around and pull the board. Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Val, oh, what am I saying, Val? Abby,
Aye.
okay, thanks. Stephen, are you in favor of your motion?
I am.
Okay, John,
I'm for holding for revisions, yes.
well, no, there was a motion to approve by taking that dormer and moving it over to the whatever direction that is, to the right.
Moving which stuff?
The dormer above, yeah. So Val is circling the dormer right now.
So that it lines up.
Yeah. But
This
that is
is
the
already
motion,
approved.
John,
Yes.
that's the motion that's on the table right now.
It's hard to hear with this machine, but anyway, what was the motion? Just to move the dormer over
Yeah,
from where to where?
motion, Stephen made a motion to approve this with the stipulation that you take the dormer that's on the left-hand side and move it over so that the left two windows align with the windows down below.
I don't think it should be a dormer up there.
Okay, well then I.
Gonna start a bad precedent.
You would vote against it, John, then.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so John's opposed, chair's in favor, so the motion carries 4-1. I believe. 1, 2, yeah, 4-1. Okay, thank you, Val. And now,
Check it. Check it, see what-
Diane,
Yes.
the next two are Lisa,
To see if-
Botticelli and Pohl. Would you mind sharing those two for me?
No. Can I
Okay,
do
thank you very
mine?
much. I'm gonna mute myself right now.
Can I say one thing before you mute yourself?
Oh, of course, yes.
Okay, just to say that you probably saw it, but just to make sure that Wade Green died
Oh, when?
last week.
Oh, from Wade Cottages?
Yeah,
Yes, he owned Wade Cottages.
Oh, that's too bad.
yeah. Oh, I'm sure that's gonna be in the paper. Thank you, Diane.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute, but I'm gonna go yell for Lisa now to tell her she's up, okay?
Yeah, which one is this?
John Adams Lane.
Oh, okay, sorry. I got so many copies of the agenda. Very good. Are you up, Lisa?
Not there yet.
Okay, Lisa is moving her computer because when we have the two computers side by side, you guys are gonna get feedback and stuff. So she's going in the other room. Okay, she'll be there in 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi, hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, hi.
Hi. So this application is for some changes to an existing house. The only elevation I think is visible because it's down what is termed John Adams Lane. Although it's really just kind of a long driveway that feeds two buildings, is this south elevation. Everything else sort of backs up to the house that Andrew Kotchin is doing right now. That's bizarre looking. That's kind of in their back corner.
Right.
I
So
would
just-
agree with that.
Yeah.
So,
So the only change to the front was adding those, connecting the two dormers, because right now there's a very awkward bathroom situation where you have very low headroom trying to get, from one part of the bathroom to the other. So I know it's an atypical detail to connect the sheds, but I thought given the location, it might be okay. The rest of the changes are on the east-west elevation, excuse me, are, just changes to first floor windows in the kitchen, minor fenestration changes, and then continuing a porch on the north elevation all the way across the building and changing some windows on that elevation.
Lisa,
okay.
why don't we hold this for a view?
You just didn't get to it.
Oh. Gotcha.
You ran out of time last week and then didn't get to it Thursday.
Well, I could go, Diane, if you want.
Okay, you go ahead.
I've recently been at the house in front of this, 97 Cliff, right on Cliff Road. And I would agree with Lisa. It's a well overgrown driveway is what it appears to be rather than a road. And there's a house, two houses, a pool and a cabana in front of it. So if you see anything at all, it is very minimal. And there's nothing else around it. So I'm okay with the changes because I think the only side we'll see is, what was it, Lisa, the south?
Yeah, if anything, would be the part, the one that
And
faces.
it's really not even straight on. The driveway winds in, so I think it's fine.
All righty. John,
Yes,
have you got something you'd like to say?
could they make this a little larger? It's very hard to read these small scales here on the computer. That's it. Thank you. Could we go one at a time, please? Northeast, south, and west.
Okay, so John, on the north, it's just fenestration changes and extending the porch. So as I pointed out, the north is hard to see because it backs up to, it's sort of sandwiched in around a bunch of other lots. But you can see the existing north to the left, and then which is at the smaller scale, and then the proposed changes to the right. So we're adding some first floor French doors, changing the French doors up on the second floor, getting rid of the pergola and extending the porch over the French doors that are to the left of the elevation. And as a result, changing the windows above that.
Could I continue?
Yep.
Yes, Johnny, you continue.
Thank you. Go back to that one you just had, please. Back up one, yeah. All right. Revised windows on the left. On
Yeah.
the big house. What type of windows are they? They look like 9 lights to me.
There are 9 lights. They, again, I think the reason I proposed them was lack of visibility. You won't see them from any public way. I suppose they could become 3/6 if we had to, but we were just thinking that they would just be 9 light casements. Again, given the.
You just mentioned that this couldn't be seen from a public way. The state law says public way or traveled way, and they said it could be used as a driveway. It could be a traveled way. That's all I'm saying. We use that a lot.
Yeah, the driveway's on the opposite side of the house.
Lisa, I want to state my comments. I don't want to go one-on-one.
I'm sorry.
All right. But anyway,
Okay.
that's the problem there. Could we go to the south elevation?
This is, yeah,
Okay,
that's the elevation that faces the driveway. This
okay.
is connecting those dormers.
We go to the east elevation.
That faces the right side.
All right. Okay, now can we go to the north elevation? Thank you.
That one we walked through already, I think.
I missed one. Where's the front door?
We haven't gone to the west, John. Here's the west elevation.
The front door is on the south.
On the other side of the structure?
Yeah, this is the front door that faces Cliff Road.
Okay. And what was the height of it?
Uh,
Dad, don't show these,
It's an existing house, John.
right?
Do you want the height of the house? Even
Okay, no problem. If there was things to tell you on the plans, all right, it doesn't show what it is. It's okay, thank you. And thank you.
All right, Abby,
Oh, thank you. I appreciate the changes. I think you've cleaned it up. I think it's very nice. The only thought I had was, I think it was on that north side. I preferred the one French door with the 2 windows. And I'm I'm glad John said to make it larger, because I thought the number of that window was a window. It's a circle. But when I saw that, I thought, that gable coming forward is so strong. Actually, a circle in that gable would be very charming. So one of those fortuitous moments, maybe, if the rest of the people agree with me. But so I was thinking a circular window up in that gable. And I like the old formation of the single French door with the 2 windows on either side. Thank you.
okay. Steve,
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with comments that have been made. I think with respect to that Nantucket dormer, it's funny, that's what it's actually called if you look it up, although we have very few of them. I was actually doing viewings the other day and I saw one in town on an older home. I did not jot it down because the person who was driving swerved into the other lane and I had to fix the steering wheel. That person shall go unnamed. But I think that it doesn't work in every situation, but it works with this one, especially you've got this kind of Greek revival detailing with the frieze returns on the gables and the coping. It's highly ornamental. And then that type of a dormer, it's not that it gets lost, but it's subdued. Whereas I think if it were a simple Nantucket style home and you put that on, it stands out more. So I have no concerns with it or with the fenestration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, that takes care of everybody. So could I have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Very good. I'll run a head count. Val, you made the motion.
I would agree with my motion.
All righty. Steve,
Aye.
John,
Hi, I have a question before we vote.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we are on number 20, which is 4 John Adams Lane up on the cliff. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, how do we get from number 4 to number 20?
We're
I
not
thought
on
we
number
took it from
20.
line.
Oh, there's a newer agenda, John.
I'm sorry?
Number 4, I believe, or number 5.
That's 20 Jeremy Road.
No, this is John Adams Lane, number 4.
Madam Chair, through you, John, I amended that agenda on this morning, actually. I amended it from Friday. So I moved 2 of Lisa's from the end to the top because she was on last Monday's meeting and couldn't have those reviewed.
okay.
Thank you.
So,
You're right on the ball.
yeah, I did email you, but you must not have printed it out.
All right. And the next one is Pine Street.
Oh, did we finish
Oh,
that?
no, because Johnny interrupted. Johnny, how are you voting?
Okay.
All right, and I vote okay. And Abby, how are you voting?
I guess nobody liked my ideas, so yes, I'm in favor. No hard feelings.
All right, so we'll take a vote. That is a full vote for the John Adams Lane.
Thank you.
So the next is 24 Pine Street with fenestration revisions.
So this is our house again. We seem to do things very piecemeal. Must be phase 20 by this point. But we're up earlier and we got approval to add an addition onto the side of the building. Actually, let's see, is that the right drawings? Let's see. Well, yes, that is the right elevation. We added that kind of hip to the left side, which looks great. So we just wanted to add double windows at the front of the house. You can see at the first floor, there's a triple window already. And then I noticed that I think the Bartlett house on Pleasant Street is the same kind of hip to roof building. It has double windows on the front. Of course, I did not take a picture of it to bring with me. But having the ganged windows seems, appropriate on the structure, given that my house has it on the first floor and that the old Bartlett house on the corner of Pleasant and I think it's on the corner. Do you guys know which one I mean?
It's on like,
A little lane on the side. It's on the corner.
not Angola, the next one over.
Yeah, it's 2 down from where Bernie Bartlett used to live.
Right.
And it has double windows in the front. So it seems appropriate to the style of the house. we added windows to the other bedrooms as part of the addition that we got approved last year. And the added windows in those rooms just make such a huge difference in terms of the quality of the light and the quality of those rooms, that we want to do it for these rooms because one of those rooms is our master bedroom, which now has, the fewest windows in the house of any bedroom. So that was the impetus for doing it.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
if I may, I have some comments from Holly. If Lisa, is she finished? Lisa, are you finished?
Yes.
Okay, I didn't want to
Finished.
interrupt. So
Okay.
these are from Holly. She doesn't have any concerns, but her comments were on the west, replace 2 single 6/1 windows to 2 ganged 6/1 windows, Boston sash. The 4 square style was popular between the 1880s and 1930s in the United States, not aware of many on the island. Common with 2 ranks of windows and off-center entrance. Love the shutters. Staff has no concerns. She wanted to know the color of the sash.
The sash is cottage red.
Okay, thank you.
Is that right? Hold on a second.
Oh.
No, I'm sorry. I think it's Nantucket gray.
Okay.
Sorry, the door is cottage red.
Okay.
okay. Abby,
Well, what shutter? Oh,
Oh, that's existing. That was the existing, so there would not be any shutters on the new one.
sorry. Could you go back to the shutter one? Oh, yeah. I'm in favor of the revisions. Thank you.
all right. Val,
Ditto.
all right. Stephen, are you there?
No concerns.
Okay, John,
Yes. I'm here.
have you got something to say about the house?
One question. Is the skylight existing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
All right. Abby, you're in favor.
Yes, ma'am.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and me, aye. So that is a full board.
Thank you. I'll see
Approval.
you in a little bit.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank
Thank
you.
you, Diane.
You are welcome.
I appreciate it. Okay, now we're on to 20 Darramore. I believe Linda is there. I saw her earlier to represent this. Do we have Linda?
He was here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bye. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I do not see Linda anymore.
That's funny. She was on like so recently. Apparently, she just texted Lisa to say that she's up. We must have dropped her.
Yep, no one in the wait. Well, Linda's not in the waiting room, and she's not one of our current participants.
Why don't we
Okay.
just go on to the next one? She'll
Yeah,
be-
we're going to. Okay. So, oh gosh. I guess we have to take a motion, don't we? To,
What's-
Make a motion to hold for representation 20
Yeah.
Darramore.
thanks a lot. Okay. Val,
To the motion? Yes.
Yeah.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
thanks. Diane,
Aye,
Ray, so the motion carries. Okay, now we're going to move along to 2 Flintlock Road, Shelter 7.
Jason is,
Aubrey's is here.
Jason is here. Okay, great. Jason, can we hear you? Are you muted?
Is he on?
Let's see. Search.
And oh yeah, he's here.
Jason is muted. I'm going to ask to unmute. Unmute, Jason. I know you can hear me, bud.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay, good. All right, so let's go. You got Flintlock Road. You're looking for a dormer and a deck.
Can you hear me?
Oh, by the way, Jason, before we get going, we do now have a six-person.
Oh, yeah, he's here.
Jason is muted. I'm gonna ask to unmute. Wait, whoever is listening to me on YouTube. I know you can hear me, but stop it.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, okay, good. All right, so let's go. You got Flintlock Road. You're looking for a dormer. and a
Jason.
deck.
Yeah,
If you were on YouTube, mute the YouTube.
I just did that. Yep.
Okay. All right. So this board is just going to be all the regular members who are now all present. Val, Abby, Diane, John, and myself. Okay, move forward.
Okay. This is addition of a dormer that's on the front and the back of this house at 2 Flintlock. Single window in the front. We doubled the window in the back, but separated them. And that's about it, I guess.
Okay, so it doesn't really look like a dormer to me, just to cut right to the chase.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Yep.
It sort of looks like, it almost looks like a salt box kind of thing. Where
It
you're
is, yeah.
lengthening the dormer. I just want to point this out to my other board members. So, I mean, I'm gonna, how visible is that east elevation? Because that, under normal circumstances, if there's any visibility, would not be approvable, given our guidelines. Can we go back to the photos? All right, so the thing that Jason is proposing is an extension of the north view over the garage. Is the south visible too? Jason?
Oh, so yeah, so the north is visible from Flintlock
Yeah,
down the driveway. The south is not very visible from Tom Nevers Road. So it's more of the front of the house is visible, but not the back so much.
all right.
Can we just look at that? I'm gonna look on my iPad.
You're gonna look at the drawings on your iPad?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. I would like to hear from my board members. So, Abby, what do you think? While we're waiting
Well,
for.
I didn't have a problem with the the drawing until I got confused about it going over the garage. Okay, I can see that now. My only thought was that on the south elevation, why wouldn't you gang those windows so that it would go with the ones next to it and they wouldn't, it looks a little crowded there. I would just gang those up, and I actually don't have a problem with this other than that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Abby. Diane?
Well, I guess that's a good idea. Not my favorite, but it makes sense. On the north elevation, did Jason say it was very visible? I have a hard time putting the salt box on that roof.
You can see this from the road. I mean, you can see it from the driveway if you're standing on Flintlock. You can certainly see the front of the house, the north elevation from the road.
Okay. What about the east elevation?
I think the east elevation is covered by quite a bit of, Tom Nevers scrub oak vegetation, and I don't believe it's as visible like it would be from Flintlock. So Tom Nevers Road and Flintlock, Parsons Lane are quite naturally vegetated already. So
Yeah.
I don't think you really see it.
I don't know. I think if you can see it, to me, it just goes off a little bit. And I would rather see it equal over it rather than the broken assault box effect.
Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you, Diane. John,
Yes, thank you. On the bottom left is a view there. That's the back of the garage.
yes.
All right, on the front of the garage, where there's now going to be a roof extension with a window. Does that mean the skylight's going to be removed completely, or is it going to be moved somewhere else?
That will be removed completely.
Okay, John?
Who's representing it?
No, Jason just said that the skylight will be removed completely.
Thank you. Thank you.
That it?
All set.
Okay. Val, have you had a chance to look at your stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did not get out there. I'll be honest with you. There was so much road construction today, trying to get out anywhere, but especially out of town. I just have a couple questions for Jason. One is on the south. Why wouldn't you just make that one big dormer?
Mhm.
Just what I was gonna say.
For simplicity purposes, number one, and that way you could even kick it back a little so it would at least on the east retain the line of the
roof going up on the south side.
right. Yeah.
Yes.
That was one question. And the other was on the front, would there be any merit to just eliminating the garage roof down below and bringing that wall all the way to the edge so it's like one
Oh.
plane?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm. Val, I think those are good ideas. Like I basically was going to suggest, although I think I might have heard Jason grimace a little bit when you said the idea about one dormer in the back. See, if I look at the south elevation,
Fine with me.
did you say fine with you?
Yeah.
Oh,
And
well,
get more
okay. So imagine this for a moment, Jason. Imagine just taking the dormer that you're proposing on the south elevation and scooting it over to the left so that it connects with the existing dormer. And I like Abby's idea about doubling up the windows, like the ones that are already there. And then what that would do is it would actually create a real dormer rather than the salt box condition that you have on the east elevation.
Okay.
And for me, I would be totally satisfied with that solution.
Yeah.
So there it is. Did you say you were okay with that?
Yes.
Oh,
I
so
think that would work. I didn't know if that back dormer would look a little too big, but that was my concern. I thought about breaking it up. So, otherwise, I'm fine with it. Yeah.
you know, I mean, there's a lot of big, long run-on dormers like that on these types of houses.
Okay.
Okay, so folks, people that are voting on this, either more discussion or I would entertain a motion as well.
I'll make a motion
Oh, great.
on that to approve with combining the dormer on the south elevation with the existing dormer and putting the two windows in the right hand, therefore dormer, together and mull them.
Okay, that's a good motion, Diane. I'm going to go around and see how the other members respond to that. Val?
I like that. I am just unsure about the front.
Oh, so Val, you would prefer to have that thing come up flush then?
Well, the reason I say that is because then it seems like it was somewhat of some sort of an addition as opposed to just.
Here's the only reason that I didn't discuss that.
Okay.
And, you know, Jason can respond. I thought it was a good idea in concept until I realized that the more it slides forward, the lower that window head, the new window is going to have to be. And, I don't know whether then the window sort of becomes ineffective, if you get what I'm saying.
Right.
So,
Um,
Jason, do you want to respond to that?
I agree with you. It might be an ineffective window if we move that forward. I
It would
mean,
just get the head of the window.
That'll make a good point. I think might look better, but I'd have to draw it out and see, and it actually may not be useful.
So there is a motion, Diane's motion, and Val,
I'm thinking about it.
you want me to come back to you?
Yeah.
Okay, Abby,
Aye.
you're in favor of, okay. John,
Hi,
great. Well, the chair is in favor too, so Val,
I,
oh, you're in? Okay, well, oh, there you go, thanks. Motion carries unanimously then. That's Diane's motion. Thank you, Jason. We'll see you later.
Thank you. Have a good
through
night.
staff, right? He's gonna make that change through
Yeah,
staff.
yeah, that was all through staff. You just need to
Okay.
submit some revised drawings to
To staff.
Okay?
Thank you very
All
much.
right, now I do see Linda on the dock. So we're
I'm
going to
here.
return now to 20 Darramore Road. And Linda, you will probably missed this, but we do have a regular board now. All of our
Oh.
regular members are on, so that's who's going to be reviewing this.
Great.
Okay.
We have a weird situation up on Darien. This is a house that was built in 1970 when most of the other houses were not there. We bought our house directly around the corner from this in 1971, so I'm pretty familiar with what was there. The house is gabled to the street. The driveway is in back of it. The front of the house theoretically is where you see the little square there to the right, but there's no access to it. So the driveway doesn't even go to the front door, it goes to the back door, go figure. So what they'd like to do, it's a traditional cape. It's got the 2 doghouse dormers in the front and a solid in the back. What they'd like to do, it's a black roof, is put a black 24 by 36 max skylight in between the 2 dormers. It's only visible in certain places. As you can see, as I went up the street from Cliff Road, you can't see it at all coming from Delaney or North Liberty because you're coming into the back of the house. They'd like to put a black dormer there on a black roof.
Okay.
It's in a bathroom. They haven't done, nothing has been done to this house except shingles since it was built. I think they replaced a few windows, but there's absolutely nothing in between these 2 dormers, and they have a bathroom that's always been there, and there's absolutely no light there or in the hall behind it or any ventilation in that bathroom. So what they'd like to do is put a black skylight on a black roof.
Okay.
on the
Thanks,
side
Linda.
on wood.
Linda, I'm going to open it up to the board members, see if they have any questions for you, okay?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, Diane.
Is this a 1.5-story building?
Yes, it's a traditional cape. I mean, everything about it is a cape.
I just want to know if it's a 1.5 stories and the which elevation. I need some elevation. I have pictures, but I don't have any drawings.
Go down to the site plan or the Google plan. Keep going. There you go. You see, back up one. Go back one.
Right. Yep,
To the
I got
Google
it.
map. There you
Yep.
go. Okay, you see this? You're coming around the corner. You go north towards Cliff Road and see the 2 dormers right there. It's going to be in the middle of those 2 dormers,
On the
which
story
is
and a
the
half.
north side of the house. Yeah, and north side of the house.
And what side is the skylight going to be on?
Right in the middle of those 2 dormers facing north, which is their yard.
Right, but where are you putting the roof walk?
No
No,
No
roof
roof
walk.
walk. It's a skylight.
I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind. I thought you said.
No, it's okay.
Yep,
Uh,
that's
all
why
she's
I
looking
asked.
for- Diane, all she's looking for, if you're looking at that aerial photo right now, there's a
Yeah.
house that's circled, that the side
I
of the
see that.
house face, what?
I don't have any problem with the
Oh.
skylight.
Okay,
I thought she said also a roof walk And that's
Oh,
what I,
heavens, no. I'd never bring that in.
Oh, now
I'd
now
never
I
bring that
understand
in.
why you were asking whether it was a story and a half house. I wasn't following that, and now
Yeah.
I get it.
that's
Okay,
why
all
I
right.
must be hearing ghosts. So,
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you, Diane. How about you, Abby?
I'm having a hard time swallowing it. On the front, front of a house, even though it's on the side. I don't think I'm real enthusiastic about this. Can I hear what everybody else says?
Sure. Val?
Well, again, I tried to view this, but both ends of Derrymore were blocked off today.
Oh, God, that's right. They're having this road. work.
Yeah.
Well, I got the pictures.
So I think, given the weird way it sits on the lot, I'm okay with it. I just have a question for Linda. Could it go up higher than where you have it marked on the roof? Because if it goes up higher, it's going to be mitigated a little bit.
I can pull it slightly higher, but I don't want to go higher than the dormers because they won't be able to reach it, given where the plate height is. So it's going to go up beyond the bottom. Let's put it this way. It'll be higher than the bottom of the dormers.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. So, that would mitigate it when you look back past the dormer. So as high as it could go so that
Okay.
it is back as far as it could go.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Val. How about you, John?
Could I see the application, please?
The application form?
I want to see. the
Yeah, there
applica-
you are.
Hold it right there, please.
Mm.
Okay, it has an aluminum frame
Mm-hmm.
Black.
Yeah, it's black, John.
on the skylight.
Yes. The skylight is painted black.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so the chair doesn't have any objections to this application. Even though it's theoretically on the front of the house, it's not really because the quote, front of the house faces the side. And frankly, they could do a dormer there, like connect those dormers and get more headroom, which I think would be more visually imposing than what's being proposed. So I'm okay with it. Black roof, black skylight. I think it's going to be a really small detail that you'll drive by and not even notice. So if no one else has anything else to say on this, I would love for somebody to give me a motion. of
I
some
will.
kind.
Motion to approve with the skylight being pushed up as far back from the front face of the dormers as possible.
Sounds good.
And still work for them
Okay.
to
Yep.
mitigate visibility.
Great.
Okay, so that's Val's motion. Diane,
aye.
thank you. John,
Right.
thank you. Abby,
Abstain.
okay. Val,
Aye.
thank you. And chairs in favor. So 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Thank you, Linda.
Very
All
much,
right.
guys. Have a
Okay,
good
we'll see you
evening.
later. Now we're going to move along. I believe Lauren Sinatra has been waiting patiently.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
Lauren and I are social distancing on my computer. So
Oh,
she is here.
okay.
Okay. Can they see me? I don't know.
So as we can see here, we have a number of applications for electric charging stations.
Okay, so you can go ahead and talk, Lauren.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good evening to the board. I'm not sure if you can see me or not.
Not yet.
I am representing the town and its various departments seeking approval for the installation of various electric vehicle charging stations at 5 various facilities.
Okay.
So one of the first projects that was before me when I first started in this position in 2012 was the installation of what we called dumb electric vehicle charging stations at the time. And they've since served their purpose. They're now failing. And the town became what is called a designated Massachusetts green community this past fall and winter. And with that, we received a large amount of money in grant funding to fund projects such as the electric vehicle charging stations. So we've seen a large number of an increase in the adoption of electric vehicles on Nantucket, including by the town of Nantucket. And there's certainly now more of a need for charging infrastructure. So again, there are 5 various applications around the island at municipal facilities for which I seek approval.
Okay. And I'm sure you're going to show us what these little stations look like.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have Holly's comments.
Okay.
So Holly's right before, pardon, Lauren. She says there is no concerns, appropriate use for a town-owned utility type property. Staff supports the proposal as it advances the town's resiliency and sustainability efforts. White Elephant example is nice and appropriate, which is on the last page of all of the applications.
Okay.
The feeder run shown in red on page 3 of this specific application looks to be running on the roof. However, should be hidden from visibility as much as possible.
So this is just C Street, right?
Exactly.
All right. So I
Can we
think
see
that what
that?
we're scrolling through right now are examples of these chargers.
Correct. From the spec sheet, you will see the stock model, which has the orange signage, which can be removed completely, which we would propose doing.
That would be really
And
nice.
the last page is an installed model right across the street from C Street at the White Elephant cottages, I think they're called. And I just wanted to clarify, if we look at that example, if we scroll down, the left side, it looks like the retractable arm for the cord management system is broken. So the units should have no cords on the ground. Those will be automatically retractable. So it'll look neater than what you see in this model.
So Lauren, what we're looking at right now, you're saying actually exists at the White Elephant?
Yes.
I don't remember them getting that approved.
Yeah, no, I don't either. But so we do have an example of one, and it will basically look like this. We'll have that blue thing on top.
No, they chose blue. It can be blank. It can be whatever we want it to be, but the town is not pursuing any signage at this point in time.
Okay, so you're actually in here for 5 different locations, which are called out on our agenda. And we're going to need to vote them through one by one, of course, to make it official. But essentially, they'll all look like this. It'll be just that machine, and then it'll have bollards on either side like that.
I'm not sure if we require the bollards at all locations, but they are certainly recommended. And of all of the bollard designs, we actually like what the White Elephant did the most, the white model versus yellow or black or larger. So we tend to like that bollard style.
Okay, fair enough. I think this, I'm going to open this up to the board just to see whether anyone has questions for you in general or about specific locations.
Could I ask a question
yes.
about Washington Street?
Yeah, go ahead, Diane.
Washington Street, I think, is in the public parking lot behind the old laundromat. And in the summertime, it's a problem.
Up there it was. Hold on, back up. Okay, so if I read this correctly, that's the town lot.
Yep.
And that building that's right off of is the what do we want to call that building?
Finance department.
Finance department.
Oh yeah, the town building.
Old laundromat.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't know that. Okay, so everyone's, I think, pretty familiar with that location. So what did you have to ask about that specifically, Diane?
I just wondered whether that was really a good spot, because it's going to be busy, but it's busy because that parking lot in that area is full instantly. And after 4:30, the town trucks park in it. And if you're going to put 2 in there and that's 4 cars. How do you keep it open so they can get to it?
Lauren?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Is it the question that we're taking up too many spots in that lot?
How do you keep the spots open during the summer when that parking lot is full?
Currently, there's no enforcement of whether electric vehicles park in those spots or not. But during the day, currently, our health inspector's vehicle is plugged in, much to the chagrin of the public, because it is taking up a valuable spot. So we're looking ahead to the future. More and more electric vehicles are coming every year. The town now has 2 electric vehicles that we need to charge. So I don't have an answer as to how we can enforce those spots to keep them open, but just to say it is a very appropriate location in terms of public access and a cost-effective installation.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's not, I live around the corner. It's not usable in the summertime, which, unless he gets there early, is unfortunate if we're going to have other electric cars. Just a thought.
Okay.
I do have a question.
Go ahead, Val.
For Lauren. So I think my concern is more with the feeder lines, how those are going to look, because we don't see, the picture you showed didn't show anything. Is that underground? Is it on the building? It looked on the first one like it was on the roof. And this one looks like, I can't tell, like, is it?
It's different for each site.
Okay.
So
And that's PVC, so it kind of looks like conduit, and you know how we are about conduit.
Yeah.
Yes,
Very good point.
all right, I have a question.
John, hang on one second, because Val just asked a question about the PVC line that's going to supply the electricity to this station. So Lauren, you said, I believe you just said, each case is different. But
right. Yep. And if we start with the C Street example, I do not believe the conduit is going on the roof. I think that's the line within the building. It's going internally from the electric panel to the other side of the building where the parking spot is. But again, it's different per location, but I don't foresee any of the installations having excess conduit. Again, we chose locations that were cost effective, so close to the electrical supply itself for the feeder. So I don't know if that helps to answer the question, but I do understand the need to be discreet with the wiring.
all right, so Lauren, would it be safe to say that on our first application, the C Street application, we will not be seeing exterior conduit?
Correct.
Okay, that's good. And then we have 5 applications, so we'll just ask that question of each one of the 5.
Yep.
And hopefully you'll have a response so we can, know what we're getting into here. Okay, so Val, did that satisfy your question?
Yeah, I would just ask that if it's going to show that it be handled, like we
Yeah.
require with the other stuff.
I agree. So let's do each application, and if it comes up, then we can discuss how it would be concealed. All right.
Okay.
All right. So John, I know you've been waiting to ask a question. Go ahead.
Yes, okay.
Yeah,
Could we go back to the one that's standing there with a post on each side of it? The photo?
Oh, yeah. The white elephant one. Yes.
Okay, now go to the one next to it, before it or after it.
What was that, John?
Either go up or down,
Now
Kadeem.
look at that one's fine. You see that blue? See this one?
Yeah.
All right, it said they can change it to make it blue instead of orange. Orange has for years been the most dangerous color for Nantucket because it stands out no matter where you put it.
Totally
And
agree.
a lot of people that came on this commission in the past few years have said, change something. the blue ones are more noticeable and you'll know what it is. I think you take the orange out of there. It's on
Okay.
the application.
Is it on the application as orange?
She
Yeah.
said it
No,
could be any color.
Okay, all right. But John, it doesn't sound like you have any objections to the blue as long as it's just plain blue like shows in that white elephant example.
There it is, right there.
Yeah, further down.
She's smiling, she agrees.
Well, because it says orange signage can be customized or removed.
Right,
Right.
okay.
I think in my opinion there, keep the blue, make them all blue. So
I
you know
think
where they are.
I think that's a good thing, John. I think we're all going to be in favor of that.
we may actually propose just keeping it silver for now. And if we want to come back for signage or any kind of branding, we can do a separate application.
Oh, well, yeah, if you're okay with silver, that's really innocuous. I think John's point was that the blue, you would actually know what it was. You know, if you were looking around, it would say, oh, I'm a charging station. But gosh, gray would be great, or silver. Let's see. We heard from Val, we heard from Diane, we heard from John. We have not yet heard from Abby, I don't think.
I'm fine with it.
Okay, that's good. Now, so again, we have 5 applications. Officially, we should be looking at C Street, and Lauren has assured us, to Val's point, that we won't be looking at any conduit, exposed conduit feeding this location. So if everyone's okay, I would love to get a motion from someone.
Chairman, I'll make a motion that we approve all 5, make them blue color.
John, I appreciate your motion. Can we do them one at a time? Because Lauren is going to tell us if any of these installations require surface conduit, in which case we're going to want to have it concealed. So would you mind modifying your motion just to be for 1 C Street, and we can do it in blue?
Change it to blue?
Well, yeah, we'll take your motion as blue, but rather than vote all 5 through together, I want to hear from Lauren which ones will need to have conduit running to them.
I just think it should all be blue. It's harmonious.
John, I'm agreeing with you. What I'd rather you do, though, is do them one at a time. In other words, just make a motion for C Street right now. Hey, Lauren,
Yes.
maybe we can cut to the chase here. Which one of these 5 installations are going to require exposed conduit?
I don't think any of them. I think it's underground trenching for all of them.
Okay, then John?
Yes.
No.
John, you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I was mistaken. Apparently, there's not going to be any exposed conduit, so we could do your motion. And your motion is to approve all 5 using blue rather than orange, correct?
Green?
No, blue.
Blue, yes, thank you.
Blue rather than orange. So that is John's motion. I'm going to go around the table. Val.
Hi.
Okay. Abby.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. And John, are you in favor of your motion?
Aye.
Great.
Thank you.
And the chair is in favor. So that was for all 5 of the electric changing stations. So they are all 5 approved.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the board. And yes, the example of the White Elephant Village picture shows what the conduit would look like, which is non-existent, non-apparent. It's all trenched and underneath. So thank you for the board support.
Thank you, Lauren.
All right.
Talk to you later.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have 168 Helmut Pond Road, a farm stand. Do we have a representative for that?
Hi, Posey Constable.
Oh, hi, how you doing?
Excellent.
Okay, so you have the regular board, as you probably have figured out in watching this. What can we do for you? It looks like you want a farm stand, which is great.
You know, it's a pleasure. This is my first trip to the HDC and the proceedings have been fascinating. So I thank you for having the perseverance to let me actually present this because we are very anxious to get going. Farmers have food.
Yeah.
It is on the site, licensed to us by the Nantucket Islands Land Bank. It has a number of structures throughout the 8 acres, but what we don't have is a way for our farmers to sell their produce right from the farm. We do have our downtown farmers and artisans market, but that's a once a week event, and gratefully our farmers have food every day. So our request is to build a 40 by 15 foot mostly open structure. The open structure meaning the elevation facing the Hummock Pond bike path will have a sliding gate, and people can enter right from the bike path. They can pull behind in our parking area and walk through to purchase vegetables grown on the farm. One of the features we like is that we want the stand elements to be movable so that we could use it as an education area as well when we have events out there in inclement weather. So it'll be a multi-purpose, potentially multi-purpose facility, but primarily to be used as a means of displaying produce and selling it right from that place.
Okay. Hey, Kadeem, could you zoom in on some of these elevations? Because right now I can't really read what the materials are. Okay, so 8-inch board and batten. Okay. Is that
Right.
natural, Posey?
Yeah, I think I asked one of our contractors to give me a materials list. I think it would be spruce. So
Okay.
it'll weather in place.
All right. And the lean-to, is the wide end facing Hummock Pond Road?
Correct.
Okay, so you're driving by and you see this open thing and it's inviting.
Right.
Got it. Okay. Board members, who would like to begin?
I was there, or I wasn't there, but Diane was there yesterday, and it worked very well. I think it's important because it supports not only the farmers farming, but it supports children being educated in the way of growing stuff and all the rest of it. And it fits in with the farm altogether with the simple board and batten sides. And I guess the roof would just be black asphalt. I don't see it.
Actually, Diane, that's a good point. It's not called out as asphalt. It's called out as standing seam metal, but I'm not sure that there's a color identified.
Black.
What?
It says black.
Black. Okay.
Yes, if I may, the intent is if we are successful in our fundraising, we have a proposal from Act Solar to install, I think it's a 7.5 kilowatt solar array, which wouldn't be seen from the road because that will be facing the south.
Right.
But it would power any lighting that we chose to do inside, or any refrigeration that would be installed to keep produce fresh.
Okay.
And we would be applying for that separately.
I don't think I understand the site plan.
You don't?
No.
Can we roll back to the site plan? There we go. All right.
That's south. Hummock Pond Road is south.
No.
Well,
No, that's
south.
north.
Would be west, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well, the angle of the roof is facing primarily south and west. That's the best angle for the solar.
Yeah.
But because of the tilt of the roof, that wouldn't be visible necessarily from the road or the bike path.
Right.
All right, so I guess I'm just not understanding the drawings, that's all.
What are you not understanding?
That the south has the bulk of the roof that you see, not the north.
Correct. Hey, Val.
Yep.
I was maybe under the same erroneous impression that you might be under, which is that Cisco Beach is due south, which would mean that this roof is tilting to the east. right? But Posey is saying that it's not actually, like Hummock Pond Road right there, which twists and turns, is not actually facing due south. It's actually going south.
North?
What?
Up north. Southwest.
Oh, wait. Okay.
So what's yeah, it is.
Wait. I believe that might be a cardinal point thing over there next to where it says Sustainable Nantucket Site Plan.
Correct. That, yeah, Bill McGuire from NAG put the plans together.
Yeah. So, all right. You see that, Val?
Yeah,
You see how north is sort of faced, the north side of this is actually in the lower right-hand corner. So,
Right.
so the back side, the roof plane is actually facing southeast,
okay.
i.e. away from the road.
And the front of it is just open posts?
Open, yeah.
Open
just-
posts,
Just like a
correct.
farm stand in Vermont.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're not going to have an application coming before us with solar panels facing Hummock Pond Road.
No, that will not happen. It's facing into the bulk of the farm.
Okay. Thank you.
So,
Sure.
all right, let's see. We heard from Diane, heard from Val. John,
Yes, could we see the application, please?
there it is.
Okay, hang on a minute, yeah. Okay, the roof material, standing seam, I can't read that.
Metal. It's a metal roof, John.
Underneath of it, yes.
Yeah, it's a metal roof.
Okay, I want to look down the bottom here. The roof is going to be black.
Correct.
All right. I'm just wondering, thinking of the future, if they come in, they want to put the solar on them. There might be a question why they're making it black. I don't know.
Well, that is why they're making it black, so that the panels blend in. But the other thing, John, is that the roof is actually sloping away from Hummock Pond Road, so that they're going to be on the back of this building facing back to the farm. So you're not going to see them from the road.
Yeah, you're going to get the value of it. Yeah. Thank
Right.
you.
Thanks, John. Okay. Abby,
I'm all in favor of this. I think we already have solar at Bartlett Farm. I think for the future, go along with that with a black standing seam roof. I'm fine with the architecture of it, and I think it's a great idea.
thank you, Abby. I agree. And just for the record, we're not approving the solar at this time. As Posey
Right.
said, they're going to be coming back for that. So right now, we're only approving the building and the roof. So
I'll
I'm
make a
in favor.
motion.
Yeah. Oh, that would be great, Diane. Thanks.
I would make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, I like it. Abby,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
thank you. John,
One question, the board and batten going to be painted or natural?
natural to weather.
Thank you, yes.
You're in favor of the motion.
Yes.
Thank you, John. Chairs in favor. Oh, and let's see. Diane, you made the motion, so I'm going to guess you're in favor of.
Yeah,
All right. Motion carries unanimously.
Hooray.
Thank you, everyone.
Many thank
Okay.
yous.
All right, we'll see you,
Hey,
Posey.
Ray,
Thanks. What?
Ray, can I step out with the dog for a bit?
Yeah, sure. Do we still have Stephen on board? There he is. Can we pull Stephen up? And can we also get Ben on if he's around?
Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
Ben is trying to log on, but he's going to call in. I just sent him the link again, so stand by.
Uh,
Or actually,
Okay.
if you just want to pass over him, I guess.
well, I do see Chip's there.
Yeah.
Actually, it looks like Chip is connecting.
Okay.
Who's next, Alan Myers?
Well, yeah, theoretically, it's I would rather not go through all the effort of getting the board to approve skipping over Ben if Ben's going to be on board at the same time Chip is.
Okay. He's not here, right?
He's
Who?
trying.
Yes. He is trying.
All right, well, listen, I don't want to hold things up. So I do see
Okay.
Chip. Looks like Chip may be connected up. Chip, are you connected? Chip?
Chip is there.
I don't see Chip or hear him. I could see him and then he disappeared.
I can see him.
Dave, I am connected. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, now I can. All right, so Chip, before we get started with you, I have to have a motion from somebody to skip over item 14 just for the moment. For record.
Motion to skip
Thank you,
over.
Diane. Thank you. So Stephen, you're on this,
Okay.
okay? Stephen,
Okay.
thanks.
Okay.
John,
Yeah.
Yeah, now, 1 second. I just need to make sure that I get.
Chip, hang on. Val, we're trying to get to Chip by skipping over item number 14. There's a motion to do so. Val,
Aye.
okay, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
okay, chairs in favor. Okay, now let's go ahead with 33 Coffin Street, number 15. Chip, go.
Okay.
Chip, you're muted. Chip, we can't hear you. I can't hear you.
I can't either.
I can't either.
Come on, this is driving me insane. Why is Chip muted?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Go.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. I'm muted. I don't think I'm muted. Okay.
I can hear you, Chip. Chip,
Hold everything. Just make sure that
I can see him.
okay, how about now?
yeah, I can hear you.
Can you, all right. Hi. Can you
Go.
still hear me?
Chip,
Yes.
come on, present.
Okay, yes.
Who's
okay.
on first?
Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. I'm representing the landscape designer for this application. We have 2 applications that are back to back. One is for the pool itself and one is for the hardscaping. Although they're 2 separate applications, maybe I'll talk about both of them at the same time. So this is at 33 Coffin, which is the corner of Coffin and Brunel Street. You can see
right.
on this drawing the proposed location for the pool. I also see that there is, as part of the design, intensive landscaping to block the visibility of the pool that travels along the side of Brunel Street and then wraps around onto Coffin Street. The application shows the various materials that are proposed. It's a bluestone surround for the pool, a bluestone walkway to the pool. The driveway is proposed to remain existing as a shell, which is what's currently there. So the driveway location is utilizing the existing curb cuts. The only change to the driveway is adding some additional parking that would also be shell as well. So there we have it.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if I may, did you want to hear Holly's comments?
yep.
Holly says landscape plan submitted is helpful. Proposed gates, how do they stylistically relate to each other?
I was wondering the same thing.
So if we go, I believe the next drawing has there we go. photographs of the materials proposed and similar landscaping. So all of the landscaping material is consistent with other materials that are in the immediate area. And there are some sample photos on this page.
Was that an answer to the question?
I don't know, was it, or?
The question, I'm pretty sure, was how do the gates relate to each other?
Oh, the gates, I'm sorry. So as you can see at the bottom of this photograph are the proposed gates. If we go back to the plan, we can see the location of those proposed gates. There is one gate that is off of the drive. It's a 48-inch high by 36-inch wide picket gate, which is right there, correct?
Yeah.
And the other gate, if we scroll up to the top of the site plan, is the maintenance gate over there, correct?
So Chip, I would just ask that it says that it's a timber gate, cedar gate at the driveway going into the building, but then it shows something other than a picket gate. It's got a curve to it. I would prefer myself if they matched. That is a very atypical picket with the curve and.
Mm-hmm. Also, I don't understand what the word timber means.
Yeah, maybe he just means wood.
Okay. Do you think that's what he means, Chip?
I believe so, correct.
Timber. Can we, Kadeem, can we go back down to the?
I believe that would be
those two gates.
amenable to the client to have those match.
What did you just say, Chip?
I said, I think that would be fine to make those match.
Okay. All right. Okay. John, what do you think?
Yes, I have a comment. Back up 2 pages, please. Go the other way, if you could. Yeah. A little bit more, a little bit more. More. I want to find the gate. There's a gate there.
Yeah, right.
There it is, yeah. I think the style of the gate with the V's is inappropriate. You know, that style, it's not a Nantucket style. It looks like the war is over, you know?
The V's in back.
V for victory. Also, Chip, are those, I can't really tell because the drawing is so small, but it looks like they're little rounded tops on those, like half round tops.
Yeah, good.
Well, as I mentioned, I'm presenting this on behalf of the landscape designer, so I am not certain, but I think that the detailing on the gates is flexible. So if there were something that you preferred.
I think that they should basically look at that section at the back, the appendix at the back of Building with Nantucket in mind, that has the ideal spacing of the pickets, the type, you know, they're usually flat on the top, that sort of thing. Because this is a real, to John's point, this is a real deviation from the typical Nantucket picket that we see. Let's see. Stephen, are you on this?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay, go.
Yeah, so agree with the comments on the type 2 gates, type 2 fence, picket fence gates. I just want to get some clarification. So we're looking now at the hardscape.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, we're looking at the gates and that's it. We're looking at the hardscape around the pool with the pool. I just want to make sure I'm keeping my comments on track here.
Was the pergola approved?
The pergola is not part of this application, so that is would be a separate application, and it's not part of this application.
You know, it's interesting to Stephen's point. it's not really clear, very clear, what's part of this application and what is not part of this application.
Right, and so along that, if I may, Mr. Chair, I'm a little concerned because if you look at the appendix, it lists plant materials, which I think would be more appropriate with the pool and the paving materials. And I would comment on those, but if it's with the pool, we'll comment on those, then I want to do that. But I think that anything that we're not approving should be struck from the drawings.
May I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead, Val.
I think it would be better to just combine it and do one,
Oh, application.
yes. It's gonna be too confusing with two separate, because we're not approving like plant materials and stuff.
Yeah, so Chip,
Yes.
is there any reason why we're looking at this in two applications rather than one?
We submitted it as two separate applications because I was under the belief that that is how it needed to be. Kathy did suggest as well that perhaps these should be combined into one application. So if that's the pleasure of the board, we could do that, certainly.
Okay, thanks, Chip. Let's see, Diane?
Yes. All right.
Ray, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Did you finish, Stephen? No.
No, well, sorry, Diane, but do you want to, are we going to combine them? Do you want a motion to combine the two applications or just to take up the pool as one or?
Here's what I want to do. And Chip did lead off this whole thing by saying that we could probably discuss both of them together. All right. So depending on which way this conversation goes, I don't mind, or I would entertain discussions of anything relating to this or the following application, that, the pool application or the hardscape application. Let's talk about it all. And maybe the result of that would be that Chip will come back and combine the applications and strike various things like the pergola, not part of application, We'll see how that goes. Okay.
Thanks for the clarification. So after Diane, I will have comments.
Okay, so Diane?
Yeah, I hate to start a negative thing, but I think running the pool right up, if it got any closer, it would be out on Burnell Street. This is such an important corner that the only thing that is protecting that pool from being seen is the hedges, which may or may not exist with putting the pool in and the rest of it. I don't know, why can't the pool either turn the other way or get closer to the house so it's not right perpendicular, parallel, I mean, to that road. It's such a country location right there on Burnell and going down Coffin and that whole area, that this is like the Citadel. I don't understand. It's the formality. I thought we asked it sometime that it be less formal, and it seems to me it's gotten more formal. So that's my opinion at the moment. I don't see any point in taking up your time harping on what planting it's been, because I don't think it's suitable to begin with. The whole thing is, I'd like the fence around the pool covers the whole rear of the property from right over to the side going down Coffin Street all the way around to the driveway. I would like to see the pool in a more appropriate place and taking up less room. It is going from practically from one side of the lot to the other. So that's all I say at the moment.
Thank you very much, Diane. I'm going to return to Stephen because he started out and then we sort of left, but you had more you wanted to say, I think, Steve.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I agree with Diane's comments. I do believe that the pool should be moved in at least half the distance that it is from the house. I do not know that that would appreciably affect in a negative way the proposed hedging, or it would just transfer some of the yard space, but it would keep the pool further away from the street. The other thing I'd just like to point out is the drawing I'm looking at. Sorry, I zoomed in. So yeah, the same drawing you guys are looking at. Kadeem, if you could go a little lower on the page to show. So if you look along the bottom of the page, the right side of the page, and the lower left bottom and corner, everything's labeled as existing shrubbery. I find it a little problematic with respect to that area and the type of natural setting that exists for this particular home, which is really indigenous plant materials, that the existing shrubbery has not been labeled as a continuation around the outside of the left side along Burnell Street, such that the existing materials would be left to the extent the plan does not impinge on them. And then these other materials would be added as a visual block. So for instance, there would be circles showing the existing shrubbery along Burnell Street would remain. And then these other plant materials would be on the inside. The other comment I have is if you shift to the next page, the appendix, number 2, we can change this in a motion, but I just want to be clear that it indicates the outer hedge is a viburnum. I don't believe it states which viburnum, and it also indicates or similar. So if we have a particular qualification that we might want to include that in the motion, or let Chip know so that these drawings can be corrected.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, by the way, Stephen, I agree with your comment regarding the existing vegetation on Burnell. I will point out, though, that that area is actually town land, not private, so it's up to the town whether they keep it there or not this particular applicant. So thank you. And John, let's see. Did I get you already, John? I'm sorry.
No, I spoke.
Yeah, no, you were talking about the fence. Yeah, okay. So Diane spoken, Stephen, John, Val.
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. I'd just like some more clarification. I was just looking at the aerial of that area, and there's quite a bit of vegetation on that corner. Of course, it's a Google map. I don't know if it's the most up to date, so I would, want to see that it still remains as it shows on that. If it does, I really don't have any concerns with the pool location per se. But I can't speak to that actually being how it is existing, so.
Okay. All right, so the chair has some concerns about having the pool's proximity to Burnell and the amount of screening that's going to take place there. So in particular, like I see the privet, which is formal for that area. Like this is the same sort of thing we run into when we're reviewing applications for pools in Cisco, is there's sort of a rural landscape out on Burnell, and to introduce these sort of formal lines of privet simply to block a pool, I'm not sure is the appropriate way to deal with it. So I would be in favor of an alternative pool location, and to Diane's point, a less formal landscape, less linear. So with that, should we request some revisions on this, which would probably include wrapping the whole thing up into one application rather than two?
And maybe highlighting, yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow.
And Chip?
Yes.
I think it's very important to clearly identify what you're asking for on the application and what is not part of the application the next go round, okay?
Perfect. So I
And I'm looking-
have some clear direction to give back to the landscape designer. I think it sounds pretty clear and consistent, so.
Can I make a motion to hold for revisions?
That sounds good. And Diane, could you add to your motion that we can roll both of the applications for 33 Coffin Street into one application? In
Yes.
other words, hardscape and pool would just become one application.
I would make a motion to combine the pool and the hardscape into one application for revisions.
Great, thanks very much. Stephen,
Aye.
thank you. Val,
Aye.
thank you. John,
Aye.
thank you. Chairs in favor, motion carries. Thanks a lot, Chip.
Thank you, everyone.
See you next time.
Yeah, a little bit later.
All right, now, do we have Ben yet?
Yes, 1 minute.
Hi, everybody, I'm here.
Oh, there he
Okay,
is.
we can barely hear you, but so we do have Ben. This means that we're going back to item number 14, which is 28 Kelly Road. Ben, tell us what you're up to. Oh,
Yes.
Hold on 1 second, Ben. Abby disappeared for a while. She needed to take care of her dog. Is she back?
Not yet.
I don't
God.
hear her. So Stephen will stay on this one. Okay,
Yes.
then you can go.
All right, so the Myers family is looking to build a kind of a barn residence structure on their property. The Myers live back at the dead end of Kelly Road off of Pulpus Road.
Yep.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Just fine.
There's the existing home on the property is this kind of large sprawling together building. And now we're creating a barn-like structure to house all their
I thought it
stuff,
went
and
extremely
agricultural
well.
stuff.
I was a little afraid that they might just.
Hang on, I'm gonna mute Chip.
Yeah, you might want to.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
So the concept is a large barn residence structure. Again, this is at the dead end of Kelly Road. There is a driveway easement through Carter Mitchell's property, but that is not a legally, nobody, the public cannot use that route
Right.
to this property. The barn will be all natural to weather trim, board and batten sidewall. I think, do we have green sash? Boy, no, I can't remember if it's green or red, but it's supposed to be a very natural, agricultural looking building. And yeah, and the elevations speak for themselves.
How tall is it, Ben? I can't read with this. small.
It's 29 and change.
Okay. Tall doors, of course, they look like they're
Yep.
9 or 10 feet tall.
Yep, the Myers are very agricultural. They have a lot of tractors and other large equipment. So the use of this building on the first floor is agricultural.
Okay. And it also looks like it's vertical siding.
Yep, 1x12 board and batten natural weather siding.
Okay. Kadeem, could you possibly go back to the locus plan? Because the visibility of, I guess, of this thing would probably be from all that publicly accessed land around there, right?
Yep, there is land. They do have land bank land around them.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
Yep. I don't know how many trails there are, but yeah, there might be some land bank land back there. I mean, there is land bank.
Kadeem,
Yep.
is it possible to really zoom in on that locus there?
Give me 1 second and I can just bring it up for you.
All right.
Thanks,
That
Kadeem.
video doesn't work right now. I
It
thought,
should be working again.
oh,
We just blocked you, Val. Just kidding.
I knew it.
This is 28 Kelly.
Yep.
All right, one
So,
moment.
You know, could
Here
be-
we are.
wait,
And do the Google map.
Oh, okay, Valerie, give me 1 second.
what's that big road that comes in and has a cul-de-sac just underneath this?
This thing?
Yeah.
It doesn't exist, I don't think, really.
No. Oh, you
No,
know
it
what? I bet
doesn't.
that was the land bank subdivided it just for assessing it or something.
Right, it does not exist.
Right. Okay.
Oh,
Ben, this is going where those little out sheds are.
Yeah, so currently there are two illegally put up hoop houses there that house every surfboard and tractor known to man. And those will be clearly going away. There's also a number of wood sheds, kind of pallet built wood sheds holding scrap lumber and all that stuff that seems to accumulate over decades. And that's all also going away. As is a shed that was on the consent list tonight. And that shed is actually a nice shed, but we need the ground cover, so it unfortunately also needs to go away. So yes.
Okay. Thanks, Ben.
Mhm.
Comments from the board. Let's see. Who's ready to begin?
I'll begin if you want.
That sounds great, Diane. Thank you.
Okay, coming down Kelly Road, it dead ends in Allen's yard. The Berkeley Street, unless recently has been open and paved, is not accessible. So
Good to
it's
know.
where you come in and you go over the first blue line of the lot line.
Mhm.
That's where you sort of park, and there is no further going because his buildings are all around there, and he has stuff growing all the time, and he's got that wetlands on the what is it, west side. Anyway, I think that it's appropriate where it is. It's farm. His area is a farm. I don't think you will see it. I don't think you'll see it from Popus Road. I would like to see it. Maybe, I know he's got all that tractor and stuff, but if we could take a foot or two off it, it would be good. It would bring it down to 28. And I'm not sure. Do you know how tall his house is, Ben?
Not that tall.
I don't, but I bet it's about 26 feet
Yeah.
probably. It's a 1.5 story with dormers.
Right.
I don't mind the barn, which often are a lot taller than the house, but I think between 26 and 30, it's hard. I'd like to see it come down a little bit if you could. And all the staircases that you've got on the east elevation, and that staircase coming down from the second floor. And then you've got a whole bunch on the left-hand side of the east elevation. I can't reach it because I've only got the north and the east up.
Mhm.
It looks like a lot. I would like to see somehow the staircases on the left-hand side of the east elevation reduced somewhat, because you're making the first floor very important for gardening, but then you're making the second floor very important for living. And I would like to see that reduce of the building. How long is the building?
It's 60 by, I believe, 46 or so.
I think it would be good to try and reduce it a little bit. It's at the end of the road. It's not going to be viewed a lot, but I think that it could be a little smaller to fit into the area and the houses that surround it. That's it for now.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Val?
I agree with I just did a screenshot of the aerial if you want me to share it with you.
Sure, yeah, that would be great.
Oh, I forget how to do it again.
There
The
should be a
background.
little arrow that says share screen. Down below there we go.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here's where it's going.
Yep, that's exactly right.
I don't think there's really any visibility at all except for the front, maybe.
I'm confused then, because it looks like the road actually does go all the way through.
No, it ends over at like this house over here.
Oh, I see. So it goes through Myers' property, but it doesn't continue beyond that.
Right, right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's private property. That's Carter Mitchell's property, and there's a legal easement for the Myers to reach their property, but it's not a public way.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. So Val, do you want to continue with?
Yeah, I mean, given the location, yeah, it's big. It's a barn. Barns are typically bigger than the houses, so that doesn't really bother me. I think there will be minimal visibility if it doesn't get cleared out under construction.
Okay. So you're assuming that it won't get cleared out, that the
No,
vegetation.
I'm just saying that as a caveat. I'd love it if it wasn't. If it is, then it may be more of a concern on the side, I guess would be the east with all the railings.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. South.
Yes.
East,
South and east.
yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Now, Ben, all those railings are natural, right?
Yep, yeah, there's no paint on the building except for the sash.
Just making sure. Okay.
Yep.
So Val, have you said your piece?
Yeah.
Okay, John.
Yes, could I see this is east here, could I see the north elevation, please?
No, it was the front.
Kadeem,
Yeah.
That's
can you see the north elevation, please?
Oh, we said the north. I thought you said south.
John, you said north, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
I believe it is, the way it looks, north elevation, no, you gotta go around the corner, to the north is this way, that's gotta be south elevation. Take a look at that, please.
South, okay.
Okay, no, it's not that one, go to east,
Okay.
west, please, that's one.
Right.
Where are the stairs?
On the south and the east.
There it is,
Yeah.
south, it says south,
And
okay.
east.
All right. My only question, that's south. So if you go around to the right side of the building, that's going to be east, right? Okay, go to east.
Correct. Yeah, that's where the three bays are, the three garage bays.
East and south.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I
Okay.
goofed.
All right, east elevation, the decks on the left. All
Yeah,
right?
I mentioned those.
There's 3 decks there. And I'm just saying, it gives a tenement look with them there, plus all these ladders and stairs coming down on the right side. And I think it might not be beneficial to have that much decking. But I say, if the majority wants it, it's up to them. Thank you.
Let's see where it goes, John. Thank you. Stephen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, the first floor is tallish. It's a longish building overall. I looked a little closer. It nets out at 5810. However, I think the only thing that's really going to be visible is the north elevation. If you look at the site plan, sheet A, it's the north elevation. It's close to the property line based upon the siting. There's a lot of vegetation there. There's going to be, I can't see where there's going to be visibility of this. If there is visibility, it's going to be of the second floor structure The fact that it's a gambrel, I think, is a quieting effect. Other than the fact that the first floor is a little tall, I think it's fine. I wouldn't suggest you change it. I think the visibility mitigates it, but I wanted to be clear that I think it's a little tall.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks. I sort of fall into the same camp as a number of my fellow board members do, which is I would love to see it get smaller and less tall and less railings and all that, but I do believe that it's sort of tucked away in there. So I'm not going to necessarily hold it up. If it were more visible, I would. What can we do with this, folks?
Can we ask Ben a couple questions?
Sure.
Ben, go ahead.
Is it possible to maybe mitigate the east stairway by putting it somewhere else, like scooching the building over and putting it on the west side? That's one question I have. Or could you put it inside? I'm just my only reservation is looking at the aerial when all those sheds and stuff are gone and you're building, that side is going to be pretty visible from the little way, even though it's not much of a public way. Can you do something to mitigate that?
Ben?
Yeah, I mean, I would have to look at what happens when I flip the stairs to the west side. And
I'm not suggesting that's the solution, but otherwise we'd want to have some sort of screening in place that we can guarantee will be there.
yeah, I mean, I think that we would be happy to, you know, offer a, you know, not visible at forever, however you guys term that, for a pool of that staircase or that east side.
Really?
You know, Sam Myers, the son, is a tree specialist, so trees are his expertise, and that's not going to be a problem to make that east side disappear.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, with that caveat, I'm okay with it.
Well, maybe you could craft a motion that included that, Val.
Okay,
You want to give it a try?
sure. Well, wait, did you guys want to see it come back a little bit smaller or no?
Well,
Tall?
I was clear that if it were more visible, that would be of greater concern to me. The fact that it's tucked away, I'm willing to forgive the height and the width of the building. That's me.
Okay.
So
I'd be fine with a little, I'm fine with it as it is based on the comments of the chairman also. If screening were required there, tall hedging, I think would cut down, you know, at least to the top of that first landing. So minimum, say 10 feet.
So I'll make a motion after everybody says what they have to say. Did Diane,
well,
is she okay with it?
I think so.
Okay.
Why don't you make your motion and I will listen if anyone wants to comment on your motion. Okay, Val?
Okay. I would motion to approve with the caveat that the eastern staircase and railing are screened in perpetuity and at the time of inspection and in perpetuity.
Sounds good. I'll take it. Okay. Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you. John.
Aye.
Great. Diane. Aye.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay. All right. So Val's going to be in favor of her motion. I'm pretty
Yes.
sure. Yeah. And the chair will vote in favor. So the motion does carry. So we have 4 in favor of and 1 abstention. Okay.
Ben,
All
what
right.
color are the windows?
I believe they're green, but I have to look at my application.
No, it is. I have it in front of me. Perfect. Yes, I'm good.
Essex
Yep,
green.
it's a barn.
Okay. Well, the motion carried anyway, so they could have been pink and you would have gotten them.
Next time I'll get you.
Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Ben. And
Yep.
now we're on to emeritus, and I believe that I saw Abby has rejoined us. But interestingly, I'm going to ask if Kadeem, could you put up the locus plan of this? Because
Of 24 Westchester?
yeah, because I think it's across the street from my building at 27 Westchester.
I just typed
Which
in some
case
pattern.
I would recuse.
It's Kelly Groove. Right, I got it.
Oh, what? 20? Can you Westchester?
Is that
24?
yeah, 24 Westchester.
Can you scroll it down a little bit more so I can see where 27 is?
This
Wait,
one
those
is
numbers are
across
all
the street from the old hospital.
What?
27 is here.
Oh, okay. I think I'm safe. Yeah. Okay. No, it's down the road a piece. Okay. So do we have Matt on?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. So, and Abby, are you back?
I am, if you want me.
Yes, because I'd like to step out for 3 minutes.
Oh,
Okay. So
I am so here.
yeah. All right. So Stephen, you're still on board.
I just shut my video feed down, but I
Now,
reactivated.
come on back in. Not so fast. All right. So, Matt, you wanted to walk us through what you're doing to 2024 Westchester?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is in addition to, it's an existing guest house / garage. It's, you saw the GIS map, and this house is set back pretty far from the road, actually.
Yes.
It's really a long, beautiful driveway.
Yeah.
So visibility is fairly minimal. It's pretty far from the road. So it's kind of a unique property in that regard. It's an existing garage / guest house. The Zebniks have an expanding family of grandkids. They just actually had a grandchild, and the family's expanding, so they needed more room for the guest house. And so we proposed this addition. We're also navigating some pretty complicated wetlands, as you can see.
Mm-hmm.
So the shape of it is a little bit unique, but I think compositionally from the driveway anyways, once you're on the property, I think compositionally it works pretty well. I'll also point out that there is a desire to actually connect the two structures via a covered walkway. And you'll notice that in the drawings, specifically on the elevations, you'll see a connector, which is on the left side of drawing 1 here, just so that they can walk between the two houses if it's raining out. We can start on this sheet if that makes sense.
So
And-
this east elevation is the cottage that you're adding on to?
Correct. Yeah. So if you look below, you'll see the existing condition elevations and the demo plan portions of the structure that we're removing are in red. So if you look at the east elevation existing in demo compared to the east above it, you'll see that we're adding to the right of the structure.
Right.
And so the program is to maintain a garage space, which you'll see is with these garage doors with the pent roof, and then an additional storage space for bikes, et cetera, on this right side. And so essentially the first floor is being converted to living space. And then the second floor will maintain the existing bedroom and then add another bedroom on this side here. We've matched all the roof pitches, window styles, window configurations, colors, and trim. So with that,
And Matt,
yes,
only because it's small enough scale that I can't read it. Does that say 21 feet to the ridge?
I believe it does.
Yeah, 21 foot 1 inch. Okay, great. Thank you. Kadeem?
Yep.
So we've seen the east elevation. Could you just scroll around to the various other elevations?
Absolutely. So
Thank you. Okay, east, south. You might want to zoom out a little bit so we get the whole. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. All right. Hey, Matt.
Yes.
I should know the answer to this, but which side of this building faces Westchester Street?
That would be the north.
I thought you were gonna say that.
Yep.
Okay.
Again, it's pretty far back, and I think that visibility is fairly minimal.
Well, it's too bad that we're looking at that one dormer that has that really wide, flat gable. But
The shed doesn't work because the existing pitches are so shallow.
okay, well, we'll just see where it goes. That was just my initial reaction to that.
I hear you.
Mr. Chair,
Who said that?
Kathy,
Oh, Kathy, hi.
would you would you like to hear
Holly.
Holly's
Yes, please.
comments? Okay,
Yep.
sorry. So this is a contributing structure, Cape Cod
Oh.
style main house is non-contributing circa 1967. It's been added to in 2001. That was non-contributing, the garage. It says not HTC related, but applicant should contact planning staff about amending secondary dwelling for approval to the planning board. And one more comment, the new new gable pitch should match existing, looks unbalanced. Windows are odd and should match garage door. Lights look too large.
Wait, you led that, or Holly led that off. Did she say that this was a contributing structure?
She has contributing checked off at the top, and then it says Cape Cod style main house, now contributing circa
Right,
1967.
We're not actually reviewing the main house, so I'm curious as to, Matt, do you have any idea what the vintage of this guest house cottage is?
I mean, just based on the construction, Mr. Chair, there was nothing indicating to me that it would be, an older structure by any stretch. I mean,
It doesn't appear to be that way.
no, I mean, the interior trim, the foundation,
Yeah.
the framing, so,
Okay. All right, I want to hear from the board members. So let's see, Abby, you're back.
Yeah, this is on my dog walking route, and I look up that driveway every other day. It's 100+ feet away from Westchester, I believe. I do agree with you, Ray, about that strange
Black
gable, though, and you do have three gables with the doghouse dormers. I don't see why you couldn't replicate that, just in case somebody sees through the trees.
mhm.
Want to see something nice to look at, and maybe we need a window also on, you're probably down near the vegetation of the bushes and stuff, but maybe one window on that north facade would be nice. But other than that, I think it's appropriate, and you really can't see this even from the lily pond looking back. So I think you've got a open slate here.
Okay, I like those comments, though. So Stephen, you were on this, right?
Yes, I agree with what's been said.
Okay, good. John?
Yes, thank you. The only thing I can find a little that might be detrimental, take the north elevation as you see it now. All right, but then you go down to the west elevation on the bottom, and the meeting rails, they all meet except in those two windows there. They should be raised up. There's enough room to put them up there.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
That's my only comment. I thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. How about you, Diane?
What was John talking about? The windows on the east?
Okay, well, around, like if you look at the windows on the west elevation, which is the one that's up on the screen right now, the
Yeah.
parting rail of the window does not align with the eave. That was his comment.
Oh, all
In
right.
the dormers.
Yeah.
It does on the north elevation, but it does not on the west and presumably on the east as well.
Okay. Well, I think it's acceptable on what's there.
Mr. Chair, if I could, the reason it's on the
Hang on,
west,
hang on. I want to make sure that Diane's finished.
I'm finished.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, but Diane, it sounds like you're pretty much okay with it, right?
Yep, yeah, I am.
Okay, so Matt, what were you going to say, or do you want to hear my comments?
I'd love to hear your comments, Mr. Chair.
I know you would. I actually, the rest of it is fine, but interestingly, I feel like the one elevation that's the least successful for a few reasons, which have already been described, is the north elevation, which is the one that faces the road. So you already know that I am not keen on the gable dormer with the 3 windows underneath. That's not a particularly great way to enter the site. And I'm also a little uncomfortable with the fact that there are literally no windows on the first floor of any kind. I think that it sort of needs something down there, and I'd love to see that. So that's it. I mean, other than that, I'm okay.
Sure. I can work on the north elevation, Mr. Chair, and we did actually have some windows on the first floor, but because it's going to be used for storage, a lot of that space was.
I know sometimes you're adding, this, so, sometimes you just have to add a window for the exterior that doesn't necessarily work on the interior, but you make it work.
I can look at the north elevation and come back.
I'd like to make a motion to hold for revisions then.
I like that. Nice and simple. Okay, Stephen.
Aye.
Thank you. Diane.
Aye.
Great. John.
Aye.
Thank you. And Abby, you're in favor of your motion? Yes, you are.
Aye, yeah.
Okay, and the chair is in favor of the motion. So motion carries. We'll look for some revisions. Thank you, Matt. And we've got a few more from you. So 73 Baxter.
I can start whenever you prefer, Mr. Chair.
Sorry?
I can start whenever you're ready.
Well, we have our images in front of us, so I think we're ready to go. Yeah.
Okay. So basically, this is an application for a move or demo of an existing shed that's on the property. It literally sits right on the property line.
Can I ask you a question, Matt?
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt, but it sure looks like a garage.
Yeah. Did I call it a shed?
You called it a shed, but I'm just being like it has a garage door, so it's.
Yeah, it's a garage. Sorry.
Okay. All right.
Just poor choice of words. So yes, I mean, it sits right on the property line. We've looked at, so one of the things we are going to be coming in with is a garage / studio. We're trying to add a small office to this structure, if you will. After looking at it, to move it into compliance and, trying to work with it, we think that we'll probably end up, it probably wouldn't be worth it. And so we're hoping to move it to a new home. But we don't have any takers just yet, but so that's why we're applying for the move demo.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, I'm sure that we have some.
Holly, yes. So it says here, it's a Rosalind Russell garage and house. The house was circa 1920, a craftsman bungalow. The garage is circa 1920 to 1940 per the Sanborn maps and the NHL data. Gable ended. She just says why and what is being proposed. So that's the extent of her comments.
Did you say why?
Yes. She
Like-
probably just doesn't know what is being proposed. Why is it being demoed?
Right.
And what is being proposed?
Yeah, got it.
Why Rosalind Russell? How did she get into this?
I don't know.
Probably her house.
Have to ask her.
An actress from the 40s or something?
Yeah. That Baxter Road had a lot of actors and actresses on it.
Oh, maybe it was in jest.
Oh, really?
Well, no, I mean, yes, you're right about I'm just saying that they called it like you call a dog a fancy name, I don't think it was Rosalind Russell's garage, do you?
Wait a minute. No, that came up in Holly's report, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got a feeling it's not a joke. I would not be at all surprised if that was true. Okay, so
Ray, can I ask you a question, a technical question?
uh, uh, sh- you're asking me the question, Diane?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
If the little garage is on the property line
Yeah.
and it's been there since between 20 and 40,
Yes.
then, and you turn the garage into an office, why would you be forced to do anything more? It's grandfathered in as being there since at the worst, 1940. So I don't know why it would have to be moved.
It doesn't have to be, but we are going to be doing, work to it. And, there's a couple things. It's just not great to have that right on the property line. Fenestration, you're not allowed to add any windows within, 3 feet of a property line. So I think for a number of reasons, the plan is to actually make it compliant. But and again, our plan is to move it, find a new home for it. But
when you
say
move it, Matt,
house.
Sorry, when you say move it, you mean move it off site?
Correct. Yeah, I'd love to.
As opposed to moving it somewhere on site.
Correct.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Because, just not to put too fine a point on it, but like if you did move it 3 feet off of the property line, then you could put windows in it.
Correct.
But
yeah. I think the intent is we're trying to put it would be a garage/studio. So we have to add additional program. And I think by the time you're done with the structure, there wouldn't be much left. And I'd rather.
All right. Well, I understand that, but I want to, what's really on the table before us right now is the appropriateness of, assuming nobody takes this building, we would be approving a demolition of this building. So I want to just see how the board.
I'll continue if you want.
Yes, please do, Diane.
I think that we should not just demo it. We're demoing all the little garages or sheds. It's been there for as long, almost, if not proven, as the house. Can we move to some other location or move so it can be changed to what they want? But I would be against demolishing it. It comes with enough age and enough history to remain on the lot.
Okay, thank you very much. How about you, Abby?
I'd love to see it renovated, moved to a part of the property. And here's an opportunity. I'm looking up Rosalind Russell. I mean, regardless of Rosalind, the garage has character. It's got that overhang. It could, for all we know, it could be one of those Sears and Roebuck houses, but it's got charm. I'd love to see it reused on the property. It looks like they have enough. So I'm with Diane on this one.
Okay, thank you. John?
Yes, the application is for remove or demo.
Correct.
It didn't say replace. The style of garage door that you have there, the panel doors. All right, before the Second World War, you didn't have any, very few of them, if you had any. It was a modern type thing. And now in the old days, you would have board and batten, some vertical boards on the door. And the only two types of garages in the old days was one is the overhead garage, like you're looking at, and the other one is a roller grate. It goes around, rolls to one side or the other. And they're telling me usually they're 4-section. So that's what I'm trying to give history on this, that they are not that old. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Now, Stephen, are you on this or do we have Val back? I've lost track.
I came in halfway, so he can stay on it.
Even
Okay.
there?
Yeah, I generally agree with what's been said. I like to kind of see where it flushes out. I'm not as inclined to request that it be moved on site, but I do think finding a home for it would be beneficial. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I'd like to work a little harder either to reuse this structure in some way or find some benevolent soul on Baxter Road who's willing to take it. That's where I am on this.
I mean,
Okay.
if I could, Mr. Chair, the, sorry.
Matt, hang on one second. I think, John, were you just going to say something?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to say that looking at what's there now, if you much rather than destroy it, and it might have some historical value by an owner, that's about all. But if you take that garage where it is, move it to the right, as far as you can legally, and drop it all the way down to the corner. That bottom right corner could be a perfect place for it, roughly. If they're going to save it, if you can have use for it, much rather than build a new one. I don't know what's underneath of it, but
Yeah.
I would think that, they would look into it before they make a final decision.
Well, it sounds like that's the way we're going with this, John.
I don't think
what to say.
I mean, I know that these are outbuildings, these are smaller buildings. I don't think it's historically significant. I understand that the house is of the 20s and that age. I've seen numbers of structures of similar age of significantly, more importance be demolished or renovated. This is an outbuilding. It's trying to reuse it is not really an option. It's just, there'll be so much work done to it. There's portions of the program that just will not allow us to use it. If we did try to use it, I just don't see that as an option, as reusing it. As far as putting it on the to the south, there's some really existing, there's a lot of existing fenestration on the south. There's a lot of beautiful sunlight that comes in there. And so we did look at that as a potential place for this structure, but it blocks and obstructs the view. So our plan is to really keep it on that side of the property. It makes a lot of sense there. And, but I just don't see that. We can't, I just don't see retrofitting it. It's
Matt,
really not.
Just do a little bit more due diligence in terms of historical research on this, please.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just one more note. I really do think it might be a Sears and Roebuck house. And you can probably tell by the inside if it's like an open stud and if it has a dirt floor, maybe they did have cement, but I've seen some of these around Sconset. There were lots of them, and I think they date to about the 40s, but I think a little more information and then we can make a better judgment on it.
I think that's a reasonable thing to ask.
I can also submit some photographs of the interior because it is an open stud. And as John pointed out, the garage door itself is like a fiberglass, door.
Yeah, that clearly was not original with that building.
I'll get some more information, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Hold for more information.
Perfect. Thank you, Abby. Stephen.
Aye.
Great. Diane.
Aye.
Great. Abby, you're in favor of your motion?
Aye.
Great. John?
Yeah, repeat the motion, please.
The motion is to get some more information, some more research on the building.
Thank you. I vote aye.
All right, great. Chairs in favor, motion carries. Okay, next up, we have 12 Lincoln. We got some revisions to that.
I can just jump right into it if you prefer, Mr. Chair.
I would prefer that, yes.
Thank you. So you've
Oh,
actually.
you know what, Matt? I'm sorry. Just to make sure that we establish what the board is. Val is back,
Yep.
okay? So Stephen's off, Val's on. You basically have the regular board now, okay, Matt?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Great, now you can go.
Okay, so I think actually the site plan might be helpful to look at first. If you recall, so this cabana is essentially, you've seen it before. It was previously approved on the other side of the property. If you recall, the neighbor asked that we, redesign the secondary guest house in a way and the pool accordingly. And so by doing this, we're shifting the cabana to the other side of the property. So you have seen the structure before and you did approve it. We're just flipping it to the other side.
Hey, am I the only one that can't see anything on the screen other than the word Zoom?
No, I can see it.
You can see the plans and everything?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to ask some IT person what's wrong. Stephen, I know you're pretty good at stuff like this. So all I see on my screen is something that says Zoom. Anybody?
What do you want to know?
I want to know how to get the drawings up.
Oh,
Like it literally just says Zoom.
Chairman.
Yeah.
I wonder if you hit something, like, did you hit stop video?
Oh, it says your meeting should start in a few seconds. Oh my gosh.
what do you want to log out and log back in?
Sometimes they
Hold
time
on.
it.
I'm catching up with you guys.
There's a time limit sometimes.
Andrew Cromartie should be in the background listening,
Yeah, I'm hoping he can help me here.
calling on Andrew.
I don't know. He was doing the graduation today because he was going to help me, but he ran out of time.
Can't believe this.
So, Mr. Chairman, did you rectify your Zoom situation?
No.
Are you on a PC
Your
or a
meeting
Mac?
should start in a few seconds. Nothing.
Go back to your email where you got a message from Kathy saying what the meeting was.
Mr. Chairman. Right?
Wait a minute, start my video.
I just stopped it and then I just tried to start it again. Did that help?
No, I'm gonna go to the Zoom link again.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, John.
comment.
Yes.
Looking at the plans in front of us there, there's a small pool with the old one and the new one is a larger one. And that changes the scape of all the other pertinent things around it. It changes, it moves them around. Is there a plan showing the changes?
John,
Yes.
because Ray doesn't have it in front of him right now.
So you know what? I hate to do this, but what I'm gonna ask is, could Diane chair this particular application? I'm gonna get off of Zoom and I'm gonna get back on, okay?
Okay.
So Diane, if you can handle it, and then Stephen would sit in on this one, okay? Just to keep
okay.
it moving along, okay? Thank
So
you.
what- John, what I was trying to explain is that dotted line is where the cabana used to be. And they're flipping it to the other side of the lot. The pool is the same size.
I got you. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Val, why don't you continue?
If that's all it is, I guess I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
would you like to hear Holly's comments?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So it says, it's a contributing house or structure, main house circa 1902 from the Kimball family. Other structures are new and not contributing. It's visible. She thinks it's not appropriate. Move cabana and change. East bifold doors not appropriate. With flanking single doors with portholes. West remove doors and 3 single windows to 6/1.
Okay, can I ask you a couple questions? Is Lincoln Ave on our pool allowance or not
Yes.
pool?
Yes, it's outside of the OHD.
Okay. Okay,
And, Matt is just telling us he's flipping the building, but is that not the case now? I've got to go back onto it too.
Yeah, I would also say that it's not, I don't think that it's really visible. As you can see, it's actually sandwiched between the two buildings.
So there are other changes then, it's not just flipping. Yes,
I didn't think there were many, to be honest with you.
doors.
Yeah, okay, you're right. Sorry, my apologies. There are some fenestration changes, Val.
Is the pool a larger size as well, Matt?
I wouldn't consider it a larger size. I mean, compared to like a smaller pool, it would be larger, but it's not, you know, one of the largest
No, I
pools.
mean, compared, is
What
it the
was
same size
approved?
it was before?
I believe it's roughly the same size, actually.
So, okay.
I don't think the size of the pool's changed. The fenestration changes, there are some, but again, if anything, actually, there's less glass in the east elevation. And if you look at the site plan, you'll see that yeah, you can't see obviously the previously approved at the bottom of this sheet. And, but again,
Matt, is this the one where you have to, in order, so the main house is right on Lincoln Circle and this is all taking place in the back on that?
yeah, if you look at the site plan might be helpful, just to kind of get placement of the structures.
You're
You can see
moving it forward.
we are moving
They're
it forward.
flip-flopping left to right, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair.
And you can see it's actually between these two structures, between the existing historic and the new proposed, and it's a one-story, really small structure. So I just think the visibility is almost zero, but what do I know?
Matt, do you have any pictures? Because I think our concern always was the open yard of the building to the east. So if that makes those doors more visible where they were facing the other way before, just asking. And these are you had 2/2 and now you're changing them to 6/1.
Yes, because they match the house, both structures. I think that in our previous iteration, the secondary structure, I think had 2/2s, but yeah, these 6/1s match both structures.
And what are the doors on the east? They look like they're batten doors, but they're not, right? They're glass.
No, they're batten. There's no glass in them. They're just bifold. They're, you know, it's picture framed, the style on the rail, and then the infill paneling is just I think it's a 1x6 or 1x4 V groove. And then the two flanking doors, we just thought the portholes looked kind of interesting. One's a changing room and one's intended to house the pool equipment for sound.
Oh, great.
Yep. You could jam it in there.
Well,
lots of discussion.
May I ask, can we please, through you, Madam Chair, Kadeem, would you go down to the previous approval, please?
Yep.
The site plan. And zoom in. Thank you. That central area. So Matt, do I understand correctly? You're flip-flopping the pool and the cabana. They largely remain their same proximity to the respective property line. The doors, instead of being on the back and the front, which would be the pool side, the front, and the property side, the back, are all going to be across the pool side. And along the property line will be, instead of doors, you're putting a couple of windows?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no concerns, but thank you.
where's our chair?
She was out, but I got her back in, and I don't know what she's doing now. Let's see, Diane.
Mute. Hello. Hello, hello.
We can hear you.
You're on, Diane.
Oh, Okay. So who's next? Val?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. My only concern would be the visibility from the east.
Okay.
Um,
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, yes.
yes, I've studied it and I find that those round windows aren't typical in the doors. That's minor, but it could be a small square window in there instead of the round ones. And the other one is that with that change, I'll make a motion to approve it.
Okay. Abby?
Okay, well, I'm just digesting it, but I think I'm actually okay with the proposed, so the circular windows are fine, I'm fine with the circular windows, so I'm,
All right, Johnny's made a motion to approve with the circular windows being regular square ones. All those are. Val?
I guess I'm okay with that.
wait, why are square windows appropriate?
Small floor light. It's been a narrow door, and narrow doors like that, that's the only thing you can fit without having it custom made.
Oh,
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. It might look a little funny. And just to point out too, that those the circular windows, they're actually portholes, porthole windows, if you will, so they're kind of repurposed. They got the little brackets on them. So, but honestly, whatever the board feels is most appropriate, I'm fine with.
okay. So Abby, how are you going to vote on?
Yeah, I prefer the portholes, but I just want to pass it, so.
Can we have discussion, please?
Yeah.
Matt, I'm just looking at these drawings and I want to point out, perhaps for purposes of the motion, but the height of the previously approved is 16.2 to the ridge, and this is 17.7, so it's basically growing 1.5 feet.
Oh,
Now I understand you got stuff going on, you may not be aware of that, but
Yep.
I think that that's a pretty material change that we should review.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why it's taller. It might just be a function of the roof pitch or maybe some additional height. I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. So we could maintain the original height if that's what the board prefers. But I think it's only increased in height by a foot, and I'm not exactly sure what the reason for that is, but I feel like it's fairly,
well, it looks like it's up a couple of steps where it was only one step before.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So,
So in the interest of moving it along, John, would you consider the motion that the height would remain the 16 feet 2 of the original approval on your motion?
Add that again. What are the last three words?
The original approval was for 16 feet 2 inch ridge height. And this one's a little bit taller by about 1.5 feet. So would you be amenable to keeping the ridge height as it was, 16 foot 2 inches?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, John's motion is to change the portholes to 4 square windows and reducing the height to the original 16, whatever. Okay,
Works for us.
yeah.
all right. So we'll start with Abby again. How do you vote on that with the?
Aye.
Aye. Val?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye. Without prejudice on the portals, if Matt wanted to come back later, once it's built.
Okay. John? It's your motion.
Yes. Yes. Anybody wants to know what the full light looks like right now, look at the proposed south elevation. That's what will fit in the doorway.
Okay, well, we've got
I vote in favor of the motion.
everybody is in favor of the motion. Thank you. Okay, so the next one is
Okay.
Ray, you here?
Yeah, I'm back. Thanks. I just had to shut down and reopen again and it worked out.
I don't
Okay,
mind
so
it.
another 78 Wall Winnet, new dwelling. We're regular board members.
78 Walnut Radio.
Yeah.
And I think we have a few documents too, some with some context
Oh,
photographs.
All right, Matt, just tell me what you want and when you want it. I do have the photos here, and then I have your application here.
Maybe we could start with the photos,
Okay.
just for context purposes.
All right, just waiting on those to load.
There we go. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a new dwelling. It's kind of a unique site. It's a large site, but there's actually a lot of wetlands on the property. And so we've got a kind of specific location for it. Frontage on Wall Winnet Road, thus the 78 Wall Winnet Road address. The primary access point will be pretty far down on Fargo Way, pretty close to where 10 Fargo Way curb cut is, if you will. So the visibility from Wall Winnet Road will be, I just don't think you'll have it because you've got so much distance between there and the road, and there's so much vegetation that will be, screening it, if you will. The house is a decent sized house, but I just thought it was important for context to point out that there's a number of houses in this immediate area that are similar size and scale. And that's why we thought this would be helpful just with the aerials. This parcel in particular is significantly larger than these adjacent properties, but it does have a similar scale. So it's just something I wanted to address and just get a sense of context as we move along. Yeah, these are great. Obviously, a lot of these houses in the area are pretty significant in terms of size and scale and, formality, if you will. Some really beautiful houses, actually. And I just thought that was important to kind of point out in terms of reference and context. So, because it is, like I said, a decent sized house. So we can jump back to the architecturals. We provided the addresses for reference, but I think it's worth pointing out. So if you look at the site plan, you'll see that, we've got significant wetlands. We've identified the 50-foot and 100-foot buffers for reference. Spent a lot of time really looking at the site and, what structures can go where. There is a planned garage that we'll be submitting. I think actually we submitted this week that we thought was important just for reference in terms of where it sits in relationship to the primary dwelling and its presence on Fargo. The goal, I think, primarily is to create a little bit of a parking zone in front of the house here, but this garage will actually, screen the house to some degree. The orientation of the house actually has a fairly linear footprint. The facade is, it's kind of hard, I'm pointing, but you can't really see my pointer, but the facade is pretty much on the southwest elevation, if you will. So the idea is that we've got some decent screening. You kind of come in through a winding driveway, and then the house presents itself. So there's the house.
Holy shit. I forget.
Yeah. So again,
Architectural term?
Yes, I think it is. It's a new one.
Yeah.
Hang on. Matt still has the floor.
So you'll see in terms of its composition, it is linear. And we obviously tried to integrate an additive massing schematic. The main mass is the center core, if you will. When working with our client, they definitely had a specific vision in mind in terms of a certain layer or level of detail. And so we've imparted that. Again, this was kind of specific to this project. And so the secondary additive masses go down to 1.5 stories. Again, we've got some interesting, architectural details. We've got some the rakes and gutter returns per fairly expressive. We've got corner boards. we've got these 2 first floor bays. They do have a shallower roof pitch, and so we are proposing to do copper roofs on those facades, if you will. Spent a lot of time on the detailing and the composition. Again, a lot of these are specific to this site and to this particular homeowner. And again, given the size and scale of other properties in the area, we felt that this is appropriate, if you will. I know it is large, specifically when you look at this elevation. If you look at the subsequent elevations, if you could scroll down, you can actually see that, again, this is more of a linear approach. This elevation, for example, I just don't think you're ever going to see because it faces east. Again, Fargo is the adjacent road and the access road. And we're pretty, I think we're about maybe, we're far off the road, if you will, but the west elevation would be the elevation that you would see from Fargo. That's the north that faces towards inside the property. That would face towards the back. Again, I think you'd be hard pressed to see any of this elevation at all. It really would be the west elevation is the portion that you would see, if anything. Now, I'd also point out that the garage that's going to be before you, I think next week.
Matt, can I interrupt just for a second?
Sure.
Because you're speaking a lot about visibility.
Yep.
So what are you suggesting the visibility of this is? Walwinnett Road or the water or both?
I would say not from Walwinnett Road. I would say if you're going to see it, you're going to see it from portions of it. You're going to see it from Fargo, which is further down the road. So if you want,
okay, all right. And so have you discounted the view from the water too?
yeah, the water, believe it or not, because it's pretty densely vegetated. It was a little disappointing actually, because even from the second floor, your view of the water is fairly limited. It's because the trees are pretty tall and,
How about from the roof walk?
Yeah, you can probably see from the roof walk. Yeah. And we actually do have a view stand on the property, and including a photo of the street vegetation. Yeah, there's also, we do have some photographs of the vegetation from the street in that other file. But yeah, I don't think there's zero visibility from Walwinnett Road. If there is visibility from Fargo, you'll see it, portions of it from Fargo. But again, there's only 2 or 3 properties at the end of that road, and it's not a heavily traveled way at all. And then I think subsequently, any visibility from the water would be, you'd be hard pressed to see it. I do think you probably see the roof walk, but again, even up on the view platform from the second floor elevation where we anticipate it being, you're not really seeing, you can't really see the water, even from the second floor. So fairly.
You do have a third floor in this building too.
Correct. Yeah, there's a third floor dormers on the facade, and then we have the sheds on the back, and that's primarily to try and capture some view. But even then, I think it's going to be limited. So, looking at the site might be helpful, Mr. Chair. And then also, Kadeem, I don't know if we can go to that other file just so I can show the. There you go. So that's from Fargo Way.
Fargo.
So it's a fairly not a very heavily trafficked road, and this is where our access point will be. It's not from Walwinnett Road at all, and there's some really beautiful vegetation in that area. It's really dense, it's pretty rich, and the idea is that it's kind of tucked away inside that in that deep vegetation. And there's some really beautiful walking paths to the water, but it's not you're not going to clear cut towards the water. You're not going to clear cut towards, Walwinnett Road, of course. So it's fairly isolated. Whatever visibility it'll be from a portion slightly from Fargo. So the western corner of the structure is 100 feet from the dirt road, just FYI.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Wait, hang on one second. I want to make sure Matt's finished. Are you finished, Matt?
Yeah, I think I've covered it. I know the board's going to have comments, so I'm looking forward to hearing them. But again, context, visibility, existing vegetation. This is a really large lot, parcel. Most of it's wet and really kind of untouchable. And so that's kind of a benefit. And the idea is that this is this secluded, it is a larger house, but again, in keeping with the same scale of the neighborhood. But our goal is to make it as private as possible. That's it, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thanks. So John, I think that you said you were ready to comment?
I'm ready to go, thank you. Hold it right there, south elevation. The gable roof over the doorway with the rainbow window. It's got a 6-inch pitch. It should be a 7 minimum on the gable. That's a 6, it should be a 7. Our regulations and procedures for the meeting rails lining up with the gutter lines is fine. You can't use it here on the first floor because there are no provisions for it. There are no gutter lines to line up the meeting rails. So that's one clear thing on that one. The other one, this doesn't show the height. None of them
It
do.
does, John. So Kadeem, if you scroll over, move the drawing to the left, because I see a line there that's going to be a height line. Nope, don't zoom. Go to the, move the drawing to the left. It's like 29 foot 9 inches.
Oh, okay, there it is. Yeah, yeah, it's right up there, right where it belongs, you know. My other comment, what is the length of it? One end to the other.
I believe that's
The master has it.
the overall is, my eyes are gone.
110.
110.
110, okay, and no garage in it, right? That's good. Could we go to the west side, please? I think it's west. Okay, west side, no, okay, go to the south, please.
Oh, sorry, John, 1 second. I'm not sure what happened there. South, there you are.
Okay, what was it balustrade across the top on the top of the second floor? Is that decorative?
The what, John?
Right, where the 3 dormers are?
Yeah.
Oh, no, those,
The gutter line, and what is across there? Looks like there's like a bunch of A's, whatever that is.
those are, if I understand you correctly, are you referring to the,
No, he's talking about what we call dentils.
yes,
Yeah, okay.
that is decorative.
Yeah, and that's it for me. Thank you, I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Val.
I appreciate the design, Matt. It's kind of traditional. I like that. I do have a couple of comments. One is the doors and windows don't have any sizes, so that always helps me to sort of scale the building.
Sure.
Aside from that, it would be helpful. I know Stephen's mentioned it in the past, if we could have some sort of a benchmark of a height that would be consistent so we can figure that out.
So like the scale.
Well, because on these Zoom things, you can't, I have another plan in front of me, but it's hard to see and really get a feel for the stature of the structure because, you know, the windows could be 6 feet tall. It just would be helpful to have the sizes like that we're supposed to. It would just be helpful. And then my other question is, you keep talking about a garage. Would it be good for us to see the garage before we make comments on the house? In that it's going to block some visibility of something? And then what's the colors, the color choices?
So the trim is white and the sash is white. The shutters are gray. The front door and the side mudroom door are similar to like a Hamilton blue, but a little bit more navy.
Okay. That's it for now.
Okay, thanks. Abby.
Matt, what is the height?
Call it 30 feet.
Yeah. Yes. Just under, but yeah.
It actually exceeds 30 feet because the roof walk is up.
I think I'm not, sure of the visibility from the water, but just to make sure, I think what is that, a 14 and 12 pitch on those third floor dormers are very steep. I'd like to see something a little more generous than Victorian up there. If you're gonna see this from the water, I don't know. I'm not sure. But they do look, like arrows.
If
So,
Get him out of here.
talking to me.
The facade underneath the three dormers, that not facade, what's a fascia strip?
Mhm.
I think that's like so ornate. Now you're gonna tell me you're not gonna see it, but I'm gonna say it anyway. I think it's over the top. So I mean, I do know a couple of houses on Fargo Way, and the very last one is so Nantucket-y and sort of just, take your shoes off and throw them in the corner kind of style. And this, I know you showed me the other sort of palatial ones, but this sort of, it's just, I'd like to turn it down a couple of notches.
Mhm. Okay, and I
Thank
do. Yep.
Hang on, Matt. Abby, were you finished?
Yes, thank you, Ray.
Okay, Diane.
Yes, I would like to see, as Abby mentioned, the dog house up on the roof of the third story wider, and the windows either the same as on the second floor to the right, or the windows are too small for the dormers.
Mhm.
Second of all, the side lights of the front door are side lights right down to the floor. They shouldn't be. The bottom two panels should be wood. It doesn't strike me at the moment that this house, which is a 5-bay with all sorts of windows and bay windows, that the shingles really fit in with the style of the house. Perhaps they do. I think that the house comes in at 2 inches lower than 30 feet, but on top of it, you have got a widow's walk, roof walk, which puts it up another 36, 40 inches. And I think that the skirt makes it heavier. It sort of gives you the impression of cramming everything in that one wants into one house. What is the length of the house, Matt?
It's 110 feet.
110 feet, which is sort of longer than we appreciate. And I don't have all four sides. I know that Fargo Way is a hard way to get down, but it's still a public way. And the view from down in the bay or along that bluff Fargo is a funny road. You can see houses and other houses you can't.
Yeah, no, some of them are pretty well hidden.
Right.
Again, this is pretty far from the from the water, and there's a lot of vegetation in between it. A lot of really tall trees, actually, that obviously we're not planning to.
I don't know. It's something that is never considered, but in this particular location, it comes to my mind that you're going to lose, in order to put a house up that's 110 feet long and however wide it is, you are going to lose a huge amount of vegetation, which is, first of all, sad, and second of all, is going to open it up a great deal more than it is now. It's lovely vegetation going down Fargo.
Mhm.
But what are they going to do when they put the house in and then the pool and then the garage? I'm not sure that you're going to have the protection that you have quoted, because if you come Fargo, if you go Warwick to town from the hotel, Fargo is set so back, and the very front of it is not heavily vegetated, and then you get into the heavier, you may very well see it from that thing losing however much vegetation. You won't be able to replace that. So I don't know.
I mean, I don't think, again, because it's set so
Matt?
far back. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Diane, have you finished?
Yeah, I would like to see the facade, the south elevation, a little simpler, or in keeping, I don't know, get rid of the shingles and make the dog houses wider to match the other ones. That's it for now.
Thank you, Diane. So our former chair used to use this word way too much. I haven't used it in the entire time I've been on the board, but this is a redesign. It completely goes in the face of the rural road guidelines. It's a Georgian mansion. It's white. I guarantee this is going to be visible from Walwinet Road. I guarantee it's going to be visible from the water. Even if you see just the roof portion of it, you've got a white frieze that has dentals on it. You've got a roof walk. All these elements are all going to be painted white, and they're all going to be standing above all the vegetation that's out there. The vegetation that's there right now is mainly tupelos, which might possibly make it to the second floor of this building. So I just think this is counter to all the goals of the rural roads. And yeah, I never thought I'd say this, but this is a redesign in my opinion. So does somebody want to make a motion?
Make a motion to hold for revisions.
Sounds good to me. Abby? Abby?
She's muted.
Oh,
Totally agree.
okay. Val?
I would go along with that.
Okay, John?
Aye.
And Diane, you're in favor of your own motion, right?
Yes.
And Chair's in favor of your motion, so I believe the motion carries.
I mean, can I just finish with one comment, Mr. Chair?
You can, and I forgot to say one thing, but you go first.
I was just going to say, I mean, I appreciate your perspective. You know, a redesign, that's a pretty strong word, and I felt like
That's why this is the first time I've used it in 5-6 years.
Yeah, well, I feel very special.
Okay, so go ahead, Matt. You were going to say.
I was just going to say that. I mean, the previous board members kind of went through, and they kind of made some pretty specific detail suggestions, which I think we can do. And so I just want to make sure that, you know, short of a redesign, we've just spent so much time in this. I just want you to know that I'm going to try and start with the comments that the other board members made.
Go for it.
Yeah.
No, I'm just one member. Now, but the other thing that I really think is very important, folks, is height poles and viewings of this thing, because unlike Matt, I know it's going to be visible from the Walwinet Road, and I don't think it's going to be visible from the water. I know it will be visible from the water. Okay. So I think that looking at this site with height poles that are accurate height would be very beneficial. But the motion, I believe, has already been made, and that was for revision. So I think we'll leave it at that for now. Did I get everybody? I think the motion carried, right?
Could I just say one more thing about the chimney? If we're going to see a chimney.
No, Abby, sorry.
Sorry, okay.
save it, because really seriously, there was a motion that was made. I polled the board members, everyone was in favor of the motion. So for all intents and purposes, this application we've finished our review of this application for now. But it will be back, so save what you were about to say for next time, okay? Okay, all right, so thank you all, and let's see, the next one is my next door neighbor on Pine Street, so I'm gonna obviously recuse from that. Do we still have Stephen out there?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep, me.
and Diane, would you
That's
mind
my,
sharing this
for you
one,
all.
please?
No, I would be glad to share it.
Thank you.
Thank
All right.
you.
I'm gonna mute myself here.
What was the motion?
Hold for revisions.
Hold it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, I can't sit on this. Oh, yes, I can. Never mind. It was the wrong one. Never mind.
Okay. All right,
Where are
Matt.
we? We're on what? 23 Pine?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Matt. What's up?
So we're looking to, I think, add shutters and change door colors, which I think are called out on the elevations. And at one point you had actually requested shutters, and then for whatever reason, we removed them. I think at the owner's instruction. And when just being on the site a couple of weeks ago, I said, geez, the shutters would just look great. So he said, well, let's apply for them. So.
All right, so we're going with the shutters, right?
Yes.
Okay, and
Madam Chair,
yes.
it's Kathy. I don't know if Matt's finished. Is he?
Yes.
He hasn't started.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
We have
his
something to say?
comments. I have comments from Holly.
Yeah.
So it's circa 1957. She says it's visible. It's a non-contributing structure, but she thinks it's not appropriate. Seabrook for the shutters and single door does not seem appropriate. Too bright. A more understated, relaxed blue would be more appropriate.
Okay, what did she say about the shutters? Say that again.
The color.
The shutters and single door does not seem appropriate. Too bright.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Madam
Very
Chair,
good.
if I could,
Yes.
just on the color, I think it is worth looking at. It's based on the Hilfiger house shutter color.
Oh, that's definitely not Pine Street, Matt.
We anticipated that and she felt strongly about it, so we said we would give it a try, but understand the board's position.
All right, so are you all set then, Matt?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so we'll go with Val.
I'm trying to pull it up on my computer, so I'll be with you in a second.
All right, I will do Abby first then.
Okay, are these the only changes on the east elevation, Matt?
Yeah, I believe it's just the shutters and the
Okay.
yeah.
Sorry, what was the previous door configuration?
We didn't change the door configuration at all. I think we're just calling out the colors. The front door is it's called out on the drawings. I can't actually read it myself.
Oh,
but,
you're calling that the front door?
Yes, yeah,
The one on the left?
correct. Also, the other thing too, Madam Chair, we've changed the roof. We had asphalt shingles as part of our previous approval, and
Yeah.
they did a red cedar roof.
You're asking for a red cedar roof
Correct,
this
yes.
time? Okay, so Abby, you got some more to say now?
So the shutters are white and the door, everything's white trim?
Yeah, the trim's white, and those doors these doors that are the center doors, the French doors are white. The shutters themselves are proposed to be a Seabrook, but we can come back with a different color. Or you could actually pick a color and you know,
I don't know what Seabrook is.
there's a sample that we included as part of the packet.
Aqua.
It's like that Tommy Hilfiger house.
Oh. Okay, so that I would say right off, yeah, inappropriate, but there are some pretty blues. I mean, you know, it doesn't.
Yeah,
So
if-
I'm okay with your changes, Madam Chair. I'm okay with Matt's changes.
Okay,
Except for the
okay.
color.
I see what Seabrook is on the thing. It's a pale baby blue color.
Yeah, it's like an aqua. But we can come back with a different color. That's a color.
So I work a lot with color.
Mhm.
Matt, I'm just gonna say, you could take this color and if you gray it down, it might be more palatable for us. You
Sure.
know, just,
Sure. I mean, if you wanted to, you could pick, well, there's two things. I could actually just come back with a color that's more appropriate. And I'm happy to do that. In the interest of time, I think it'd be hard to kind of just randomly pick a color, especially without talking to the owner.
well, there's a one, I just was looking at one today. It just so happens, it's called a light blue. It's Faro and Ball, and but it's really grayed out.
Mhm.
Just take a look at that. Faro and Ball, I think it's called light blue.
Okay, happy to look at that, and we can come back.
John, did you have any comments?
Yes, the blue and brown contrast between the garage doors and the 3 shutters upstairs. I think it's too much carrying too much there. You should get rid of one or the other. Change the brown or change the blue. I don't think blue is appropriate in that area. And I had another question. Those 2 double doors, they're forward of the other door, am I correct?
Yes,
How many feet is it ahead of them?
it's about 3 feet.
I'm sorry, John, Matt,
It's about 3 feet,
3 feet?
somewhere in that range, 3 to 4 feet. Yeah. And the idea behind it, John, is we actually add those pilasters so that the intent was that it was previously just a porch that we then enclosed.
All right, I'll tell you, if that blue one is the front door to the house, then it should be a standard 6-panel door, not that one there. The glass in it is too much overpowering on the top half of it. That should be changed to a 6-panel door, like the rest of the street. That's my suggestion on it. Now, I want to say how you feel about that. Now,
The door has already been approved, so it's just the color we were asking for.
we shouldn't vote until we get all the stuff out of the way. And I didn't speak on it yet. So that's why I had what I had to say. I've said it, and I think it should be changed. That's up to the members.
I'd agree with the comments with respect to color. Matt, I don't know if they want shutters or they want the color.
I think they want the shutters, and obviously we just have to find a color that's appropriate.
Okay. I think the shutters are appropriate. And John, just to be clear, the doors were approved on a previous application. The configuration of the doors is not under review in this application.
Were they approved brown though?
No, the color is what's being reviewed, but the configuration of the doors themselves was a previous application.
Well, we're going to approve the brown if this goes through.
Correct. Well, no, we're not approving
That's a
the brown. We're
different
asking him for revisions with color.
Okay, all right,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right. So, Steve, you said everything you want to?
Sure did.
Okay, so can I have a motion?
Motion to hold for revisions.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, no, wait, sorry, can't do that. Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
John,
Aye, Good, everybody's speaking out. That's good.
And I'm in favor too. So that is one of our Monty Mouses.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Matt.
No,
Appreciate it.
he's got another one.
Do I?
Yeah,
No,
hardscape.
Yeah,
No.
in the
Sorry about
interest
that.
of wrapping that, Mr. Chairman, would you entertain a motion to move 23 Pine up?
Yeah,
Ray,
Wait a second.
he's
I
under
can-
old business later in the agenda.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Well,
That's fine.
yeah.
I gotta come back anyways, you know?
Wait a second. I'm not understanding. So are we moving it up or are we not?
I was suggesting moving it up just because we've got the house in front of us. We're familiar with it. Matt's here, even if he's coming back on something else.
he's coming back on a whole bunch of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe because we've got that long bunch at Sun Island.
Yeah, I can come back.
Ugh.
We can look at it later. I don't want to hold anybody up, and you guys are probably sick of me at this point, so.
I think it's a good idea to look at it now while it's fresh in our mind. We may not
Okay.
get to
Yeah.
anything else.
So I'll
Well,
make
let's
a motion
look
to
at-
move 23 Pine Street hardscaping, number 12 on old business to next.
Okay, can I have a motion on that?
Aye.
What's the motion?
Abby, yeah, I know. Abby. That John,
Yes, what is the motion?
to look at the hardscaping for 23 Pine right now.
Hold it, right, all right, yes.
No,
Okay.
view it.
We're not holding it, we're gonna view it now.
Thank you, Diane asked, yes.
Okay, Stephen, did you vote?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm aye. Okay, so here we go on hardscaping for 23 Pine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the last time you had reviewed it, there was some issues with the, it's a shed, but it's kind of emulates a little bit of a carriage house. The paving in front of it, we had it as Belgian block. The suggestion was to change it to brick, which we did, so it just kind of blends in with the sidewalk. Again, it is not a curb cut. It's just for bikes and storage. This patio area here, you asked us to actually spread it out a little bit and add some grass in between the pavers, which
Yeah.
we did. So that's pretty much it.
Okay,
Oh, and we shifted the fence, and I think that was a request you had made, Madam Chair.
okay, that's great. So,
I'll
Val,
go.
what-
I said I'll go.
okay, good.
I think my comment was less is more. There's too much hardscaping in front of this house. There's no other pergolas on Pine Street. It's not circled with red, but it is on this application, the pergola.
Mhm.
And I just think it's shallow. It doesn't offer anything except to make this a more complicated site on a very simple street. So I would
We could
not
omit
be
it.
in favor of the pergola, as I've said in the past, and I'd like to see the patio area reduced significantly.
Okay. Sounds good. Val, Abby,
Could we bring the, I can't see the other side of the driveway. Can we bring
yeah.
that? Yeah,
It's-
maybe, what's it called when you, yeah, and then come, okay, thank you.
Is that good?
Yeah,
Thank-
that,
Perfect. Yeah, when I was only looking at the left-hand side, I was thinking that when I said I wanted the landscaping softened, I wanted more softening than that. You know, plantings, trees, you know, I mean, so I would like that softened even more. This is right on the street, so I'd like to, if you're going to, having public spaces on the street, we're gonna have to screen that, absolutely. As far as the pergola is concerned, is
It's
this,
like 3 feet wide.
sorry, is this facing south? Yeah, I guess it is.
Yeah.
No, it's facing the street.
South, but it faces south. I was just wondering, does it have a purpose?
Yeah, I mean, if there's not a lot of support for the pergola, we can omit it from the application.
Again,
Okay.
Oliver.
My comments go for the right-hand side as well. I mean, making the public space and making it a dining area. That's really pushing it.
I mean, there's really, yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, there's really no yard space, given the existing structure. We did actually make it comply with all the setbacks. Challenging part about it is that you do, all your outdoor living space is towards the front of the house. It is going to be behind privet. And so I think in terms of screening, again, the visibility, unless you're coming by and, you're in the driveway, I do think it'll be hard to see because it is at grade level.
Well, there's more, sorry about the back and forth, but there's more softening and landscaping you can do besides privet. There are, fruit trees that, Pine Street has lots of trees. Make it more like the street.
Okay.
Would you like to hold this application for revision so we
Yeah,
can?
that'd be great.
All right. Can I have a motion to hold 23 Pine Street hardscaping for revisions?
so moved.
All right,
We're-
very good.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I believe there's other people sitting, John and myself.
Okay, well, I just was trying to get it so we could get the rest of the work done.
Yeah,
But
well,
what
Always-
can I help you with?
probably good to get everybody's input.
Yep.
John, did you have comments?
yes, I did. Can I do them now?
Steve, will you give me your comments first, please?
All right, when this application first came in, and we was requesting the pergola across the front of the structure, I says there's very little of that on the front of any structure in the old HDC in town of Sconset. And it looks awful hanging up that building. That was my opinion then, and it is now. Thank you. If he wants to do something about it, thank you.
I think he said he would take it off, no problem. Steve, can I have your comments?
Yeah, sure. So I think I don't disagree with the concept of retaining a transition from the public space to the private space. However, unfortunately, I think this area of Pine Street from here to maybe High Street, I'm trying to think of what the other one is.
Low Street, ha.
Maybe down towards, from here down to Twin Street and up to Darling or High Street. It's all parking and brick, and there are trees. I'm not suggesting there aren't trees. So I do think it would be helpful if you were to do something in the front, in the parking area with some type of a columnar or a fastigiata, some type of a tree there, Matt. With respect to the other plant material or the hardscaping, I don't disagree that it's a lot, but if it's not visible, it's not visible. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion to hold for revisions. Can I have John,
So moved.
Stephen,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and me, that is the full board. Hold for revisions. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next one starts our old business. This is Strada at 20 Sanctity Head Road, a garage with Lisa. Hello, hello.
Oh,
Does she want to do it now?
yep, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yep, I can hear you. So tell me what you want to do at Sankaty Head.
Well, this was an open application. We had requested a garage with the changes we had made to the main house, and there were some concerns about the height. So this revision reduces the height to, oh my God, I can't read that, 23.6? I can't read the,
Okay,
you have to blow it up, Kadeem. I can't read the 24.6. So we reduced the height,
24.6.
we reduced the height by a couple feet.
Very good. And so you reduced the depth of the porch?
No, it was just the overall height of the building.
Okay, that's all you did.
Oh, well, we reduced the depth of the porch too, I guess, because architecturally, because of how it worked. Yes, we did do that.
Okay, super. So Abby, you want to comment?
I'm not sure I'm on this. I was just trying to look it up and see if I was on it.
I don't think you were.
I don't think
No,
so.
I don't. Because
Sorry.
you stepped out.
You left
All right,
early,
thank
yeah.
you. And TJ isn't here. So Val,
I actually think I looked up a lot of different, remember I put them in, Holly showed them last week, and I do have them drone shots of the area. If you
Yeah.
see the garage that's there, I think this is a vast improvement over that. I was concerned about the visibility, but the garage that's there is 2-story with a little hip roof. So I think that the sweep of the form of this roof will actually be better. to
okay,
situate
thank you. Stephen,
I'll go with Val's comments. I did look at some additional images, but I didn't do a lot of research on it. I do agree that the roof form is more appropriate and it helps
Yeah.
to give a better sense of grounding for certain.
okay, well, I do too. So I'll take a vote or have a motion. You're gonna make a motion to approve as submitted, perhaps?
I would make that motion.
All righty,
Madam Chairperson, point of order,
yes,
point of order.
yes,
Yes. I'm reading here from the thing, the commissioners. This is for 20 Sankaty Head Road.
yeah,
All right. Acting chair is Coombs. There's Welch, Watterson, Watterson, and the alternates were Camp, stepped out, and recused was pulled.
yeah, I know that.
That's in the minutes, so you'll know who is sitting on it and who's not. It was a question.
I know who's sitting on it. It's published right in the agenda. It says that.
Yeah. Okay.
So
Thank you.
we have a motion to approve as submitted. And
Yes,
Val,
I did make that motion. Yes.
yeah, so I'm asking you, yes, no,
Yes, aye.
aye. Stephen,
Aye.
aye, and I say aye also, so that is
Thank
approved.
you.
Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much.
much. Have a good evening.
You too, Lisa.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. The next ones are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And they are solar panels. And we will have to approve each one, I believe, on its own standing. So if we're ready to begin, let's get it done.
Well, where's the person?
I don't know.
He's coming in.
I should be here.
Is that you, Andrew?
Yeah. You see me?
There he is.
Okay. Andrew, we will start with 5 Stun Island, Building A.
Yes.
Madam Chairperson,
Yes.
was there a motion made?
Yes.
For what?
No?
For which one, John?
Well, I was gonna save time. I would make a motion to approve all 6 of them.
I would definitely say that is not going to happen.
Who
They
said-
be approved singly. I said that already.
Okay, I'm
Wait,
just curious. That's why I'm asking.
No, I think we need to discuss it.
so we're starting with building A at 5 Sun Island Road.
All right, okay.
Andrew,
Madam
are you-
Chair,
yes,
I'd like to make a statement,
okay,
and it's with regard to this. Yes, we're looking at them individually, but individually is not how this should be reviewed.
okay,
This is an unprecedented scale of panels in
yes,
this area. The examples that were shown were very, very few comparatively speaking. This is a total of 1,694 panels on these roofs collectively. It's common practice, or it has been for this commission, to mitigate or minimize the amount of panels used on a project that just support the energy the structure needs.
okay,
Not to generate extra energy as an income producing venture. The entire, we need to keep in mind a couple of things. The entire island is a National Historic District. And something of this magnitude, in my mind, is more fitted for the solar overlay district that was voted on at town meeting last year out in Nantucket. This is more of a commercial venture. It's not just to power in. Mr. Wade can speak to this, but it seems as though it's not just to power this facility, it's to actually be a commercial energy generating venture. And so I think that there needs to be a little more scrutiny than looking at it as individual buildings with panels on them. I also question by zoning. I looked up on the zoning use chart, and there's no mention of whether or not that's an acceptable use in this zone. So I'd like some clarification on that from the planning department.
so I think you're right, absolutely right. I think it has to be reviewed, and it's using like behind the airport for commercial purposes.
Now, just one last thing. So while I understand, there's some people think there's a need for this. I think it needs to go through a different process first. I would suggest that if at all, the solar overlay district requires planning review. And where this is, I would suspect would need airport review, perhaps. I just hesitate to make any sort of motions as a commission on this before we have more information.
Well, let me suggest perhaps to get everybody along with us is that this be held for review and conversation with the planning board, and that no action be taken tonight until this meeting is established.
And one last thing, it doesn't meet our criteria. It's dark panels on a light roof.
Okay, so let me, will you make that motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
the applicant would like to say something.
okay.
So this project came in front of you, several months ago. I don't think that the historic committee, and I'd like everybody's input on this, but the historic committee's jurisdiction is not is not zoning. This will have to go, get approval through zoning. This is on a commercial structure.
No, it's on 7 commercial structures.
7 commercial structures that are silver metal roofs. I don't think that there's a better location for this. In terms of the color of the panels, I went out based on the last time I was in front of the board, and actually, I mean, to go beyond, I guess, the discussion, or it can add to the discussion, seeing how we'd already taken it there, is the value has already decreased substantially to the owner of this project because of the delay we've already been through and waiting for this second meeting. We went out with a service tech. We put a silver framed panel on the roof because in the last meeting I said we would go with silver frame versus black frame on the metal buildings because I thought it matched better. I think if you go out there and take a look, you can barely see that silver frame panel. It's a very flat roof. It almost identically matches. So there's that photo there. I think if you scroll down, there's a couple other photos I sent. So that photo, actually on the roof is one of the rails that I laid on the roof to see if you could actually see the difference. And that's how close the color matches between the hardware of the panels and the frame of the panels. Again,
but
if you go by
that aren't silver that you're going to put them on.
Sorry?
There are roofs you're planning to put them on.
We're taking this one application at a time. So we're going to go building A. And
Okay.
I'd like to stick to that plan because I think you'll see that we can go through building A, B, C, D, E, and potentially withdraw building F and G if that's the decision of the committee, of the commission.
Let me ask you a question. The amount of solar panels that you have on the roof of building A, do you have an electric bill that shows what the electric use is on building A and whether the panels that you have on the roof would match that?
So I've looked through the charge of the historic committee and I did not see that being a requirement of the historic committee to approve a project. This project,
that may be true, but part of our charge happened back in 1950. This is now 2020, and we are faced with solar panels, and we have established a thing that we try and follow of solar panels, so we're not inundated with solar panels.
Well, I can see in a residential setting. I don't understand in a commercial setting where this is a commercial building, commercial property that was built to produce revenue for the owner of the property, that you couldn't produce
No, there's nothing. Where does it say that this building was built to give the builder, the owner, commercial money?
Commercially zoned property. So this is a commercial property. It's not a residential property.
Own trucks in it, and it wouldn't get. I'm sorry. I have trouble accepting that as a description. Would anybody else like to come in and question also? Because
in terms of you want to look at the big picture of where the power is going. So
I know where the power is going. It's going to the electric company.
Well, it's going to the electric company. However, it's distributed generation. So when you look at the island, I live on Cape Cod. I grew up on Cape Cod. My company is My Generation Energy, based on the Cape. And so, from the beginning, why we felt so strongly about solar is that it's distributed generation. So we're eliminating the need for expensive increases in utility infrastructure. So
excuse me, but that has been well publicized that it is not true. This electricity that you are creating is going into the electric company, and it is going wherever else. It does not come back to Nantucket. We are not getting.
It's going directly. It's just like water. Electricity follows the path of least resistance. It goes through the wires and it goes to the building down the street. So technically, the electricity is going to the buildings that are on the same circuit as this power plant.
I would have to see a review of
The
that.
power
because
plant. That's what he's calling it, a power plant.
Yeah, it's a power plant.
Power, I mean, that's, even if on the residential, it's a power plant. I think we should get to you don't have the jurisdiction, I don't think, to talk about zoning, to talk about where the electricity is going. Is it appropriate? Does it look appropriate? I would, if we could bring in the other members of the committee for their opinion, people that.
I will be glad to bring them in. However, one of the charges we have as the HTC is that every area should live up to the surrounding area, and there's no other area in that part of the island that is nothing but 7 buildings with solar panels on it. But I will now stop you, and I will have the commissioners continue. Val, would you like to make a comment?
Well, I just want to reiterate what I said is our jurisdiction is the entire island. We are a national historic district, and we need to protect, we also, I believe, have jurisdiction of what you see when you're up above and looking down. And this is such a large array, 1,694 panels. I can't imagine in one area that has never had them before. To be fair, I'm gonna wait until I get more information, but I thought that's why we had a solar overlay district designated at town meeting. So commercial generation of power would be in certain areas.
That's true. Let me get another commissioner. Abby, what do you think?
Well, the magnitude of this makes me pause to think who's to benefit. And, you know, I don't see Nantucket benefiting. So Val also said something about, I think it's a very good idea that we check with the airport as well, because this could well interfere with flying when the sun is at certain
We've done studies with the FAA that prove that's not the case. We did a system just next to the Barnstable Airport.
You have not been open to talk.
Sorry, let me just, I used to fly into Athens a lot, and I noticed that because they use a lot of solar over there, and when you flying into Athens, you get this glittery sort of diamond thing going on. So I'm imagining, you know, it just doesn't seem like Nantucket to me. I'm willing to, but I'm enjoying this conversation because I don't know how I feel. It's all very new to me. So I do need more time to think about this. Thanks, Diane.
Okay. John, what do you have to say?
Because of the situation you just evolved tonight here, the complications that are going to happen on this project, I feel that we need a lot of more information to continue if we're going to. And I have to leave in a few minutes. I'll make a motion to hold this till Thursday.
Okay, let me get Steve's.
Open meeting.
Let me get Steve's opinion also before we do that, and then I will take your motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
Stephen is not on this, and we do not have a Thursday meeting.
Oh, all right. So I've lost my agenda. So I would like to get a motion to say that we are going to hold for more information. And
motion to hold for more information.
All right. Abby, you say yes?
Yes, aye.
Val?
Yes.
John?
Aye.
And I say aye also. So we will be holding this for further information. That is application 1 through A through G.
2 through 8.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
So-
Diane.
All righty.
Now we are on to 220 Eel Point Road. Do we have Julie Jordan?
Let's put more information. We're talking, last time we were here, more information was to put a panel on the roof. I just trying to figure out the path forward for us with this project and what I can do to facilitate that, because it's been 4 months since the last meeting, and I just would love to provide you with the information that you need so that, you know.
Well, the 4 months wasn't our fault.
No, I know, but it has been some time. So I would have been able to put anything together that you had requested last time, and I'd be happy to do that this time if I know what it is that we're looking for.
We're looking for how 1,600 panels fit in with Nantucket as a historic island.
So I could, one of the options I have a list of things to talk about. It doesn't seem like we got very far down into the discussion, but I can talk with the town. And I mentioned this before about creating a community shared solar project where the off-takers could be on-island residents that might not be able to put solar on their house because of other reasons. I could talk to the town themselves about municipal tax taking power off as
That's
off-takers.
the way, excuse me, but that is the way for you to decide what to do. We have said we need more information. I think everybody's made it very clear to you what information we want, what rules it has to follow, what rules have already been established. So we'll go on that basis.
Just Madam Chair, sorry, just so my thought process is clear. I would like to know what other entities, I know you kept speaking about zoning, and you're right, we don't have any decision-making in zoning, which is part of the problem, but the issue is this even a viable project? Like, I would like to have some sort of information from some other entity that has to discuss this or walk through this process and get a feel for it, because here's the reason. This is going to open up a floodgate for anybody with any extra building to throw solar panels on top of them and just generate energy for money. And that is something we've really, really tried to keep to a minimum or at all, to have the minimum amount of panels to power a house. The minute it's too much for our island. And in fact, this is another fact that isn't germane to this discussion at HDC, but those panels are also hazardous. So what happens to them at the end of their life? Our landfill won't take them. So there is so much to this, and this is such a vast project that I understand you're frustrated. We need more information. You are opening the floodgates for something that really needs to be sussed out and vetted by more people than us.
Right, thank you. Okay, so let's continue. I think we've made it clear to you what partly we'll look at, and we will do some research ourselves. But I turn the meeting over to Ray now.
Thank you, Diane. So do we have Julie Jordan on?
We do. She's in the waiting room coming in.
She is? Okay. And is this is Julie's application that's up? I honestly
Yes.
don't remember this one.
Hi, everybody.
Oh, hi, Julie.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
So I am going to read off who is sitting on this, just so we're all clear. So Diane, you're on this with me. John, you're on. Abby and Val.
Right.
Yeah, and myself, of course. So that's 5 of us. Okay, Julie, bring us up to speed. Thank you.
So I'm sorry I missed last meeting, but I think we were just holding for some site photos. I think everybody was pretty much on board with my thoughts for a front terrace, a rear terrace, and then a non-visible fire pit in the back. I don't know why this isn't highlighted. I swear to God, I highlighted it.
Hey, Julie, Julie, this is the one that we initially said, well, where's the topo? And then it's like.
Yeah, and so I've turned the topo on. I've got photos on here.
Yeah, yeah, okay. It's coming back. Okay,
It's pretty, I mean, it's pretty basic and I'm not changing the topography very much. I'm redirecting the driveway to have a little bit more body. And there's 2 terraces at 2 different levels. Though, the first terrace is the one in front of the main mass, and that one's a little higher because of the way that the architecture of the building is, that whole floor is higher. And then I have a little nestled patio off the game room that's a little lower. So there's on the next page, I think there's a section. I did a section for Ray. Maybe, do you have the right?
No, we had it first. It was like the first page.
yeah, it was at the bottom.
There
Yeah,
we
it
go.
is. There it is. Okay.
You can go down to the bottom there.
You know, more or less, it's kind of flat.
It's kind of flat.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Julie. Let's see, my first victim is going to be Abby.
I just realized it's 220 Eel Point Road.
Correct.
Sorry. So,
You want me to come back to you?
yes, please.
Okay, Val.
I have no problem with this. It is so far off the road. A 3-foot retaining wall to just sort of outline a patio does not have any concern for me.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. John. Oh, did John leave?
Possibly.
I think
9 o'clock,
John-
he goes.
John did
Oh,
leave.
it's 9?
Yeah, okay. So Stephen, are you still with us?
Ta-da. Yeah,
Stephen, do you
that
want
a
to
yeah?
step in because John's gone?
I agree with Val's comments.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Julie.
Let's see, Diane,
Me too.
okay, and Abby.
Yeah, I think the only, okay, so the only thing I would say is about this retaining wall is that I'm not sure, it doesn't really follow the land. It looks so squared off. You know, when you look down the driveway, it's just, how tall is the retaining wall?
Well, the grade kind of goes up in the middle of see the 20?
Yep.
So the 20 bows up and
Yep.
then I wrap the 20. So I think if you zoom in there a little bit, we can see bottom of the wall. Bottom of the wall is 20, top of wall is 22.
2 feet
Okay.
high.
It's really, it just goes with the architecture. If the architecture wasn't so aggressively square, I would round it or something, but it
That
just doesn't work.
was my next question was, does it go with the architecture? Because to me, something like this would have rounded edges or somehow just be more like.
This house does not need more detail. It needs something to support it because it's got a lot going on, I think. And there's going to be a lot of plants in this. It's going to be softened with these, this pollinator garden and some natural plantings here on the side.
Everything you do is beautiful, and I believe you on that.
Oh, you're sweet. That's nice.
All right.
I mean,
Oh, that's nice. So I think that the chair's fine with all this. So I think that we could, one of you can make a motion for me.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Thank you. Thank you, Val. Stephen,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and chairs in favor, motion carries. Thank you, Julie. Thank you.
thank
for
you. Good luck getting through this agenda, you guys.
Well, that's an impossibility. How many more of these we can knock off? So
All right.
right along to 30.
Bye-bye.
Is Chip on? Chip?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I hate to,
How about now? Can you hear me now?
I have to dash.
you have to dash. Okay, well, you have to dash. So there you are. So we'll see what we can do.
And this is my final.
Fair enough. I mean, we did all right tonight, you know, under the circumstances. It was a heavy agenda. So Stephen, you're gone, right? He's already gone. Okay, so Chip.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, but so just so you know, Stephen has left. So this
Okay.
is your board. Me, Diane, Abby, and Val.
Okay.
So go for it.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant. This is 33 Coffin.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The comments from the board were largely around these porches. I forget, you can't see my mouse. Okay, sorry. The porches that are on the west side.
Chip.
Yes, sir.
You have something going on in the back of, do you have another thing going on in your room there?
No.
Oh, interesting.
Here by myself.
I'm getting some feedback.
Okay.
Sorry, continue.
So the porches on the west side, there was concern that the pitches were too shallow and that they extended too far. So we pulled them back and increased the roof pitches on the porches. There was also concern of a continuous ridge that's best seen on the west elevation. If we go to the west elevation.
Kadeem? Yep.
Keep going. There we go. The previous design had a continuous ridge. You can see all the way across the west. We broke that up by popping it up in the middle. I think that actually greatly improves the design. Not only does it break up the ridge, but it gives a little more breathing space in that middle mass. And that was part of the thing that made it so that we could increase the roof pitch on those porches. So those were the primary changes. I guess I can open it up to comments.
I'm the one.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yeah, go.
Holly just had a brief statement. She said that she didn't think that the revisions addressed your comments from last time.
He didn't.
You meaning the board.
Yes. excuse me.
Okay, so let's look at the other comment. Was a concern over some doors and dormers that were on the north elevation, which are totally not visible. And we can see that best probably on the floor. We can look, so see the doors, there's a porch on the west elevation, the north elevation that has a series of doors. And that is tucked into a courtyard that you can't see. So we can see that best on the floor plan. If you want to look at the first floor plan. And it's this area that's bubbled. Oops, sorry. There we go. So just as a reminder, on the left of the page is west, is where now the bottom of the page is south, which is Coffin. And that court is what's bubbled in the middle there with the doors, which is, you can see tucked in to a U shape in the house, and it's not visible from anywhere.
Okay.
The other comment which Stephen had was just wanting to bubble these porches on this floor plan, which we've added also. And as a reminder, the footprint of the house is remaining exactly as it is now. There's no changes to the footprint other than adding these porches.
Okay. Thank you. Let's see. Was somebody about to begin or?
I would.
Who said that?
Val.
Val, go for it.
So, Kadeem, can we go back to the west?
Yeah.
So Chip, I do think some of the things that you did, and scroll down so we can see the before and the did help in some ways, but it still didn't break the unbroken really roof plane to me. It still seems rather long, and the there's something about the dormers that's different. There's no balcony, right? You took the balconies out?
No, but when we raised this up, we were able to do those with as a recessed wall, so we don't have the railing. So we brought up, yeah,
So
so
there's a void in front of those dormers?
that's correct.
Yeah,
That does not read at all. Let me see the front elevation, please, the south.
they're
The
cut in.
south.
Okay.
Yeah, see, that's cut in, Val. See how the dormers are halfway up the ridge? What
Yeah,
you're not seeing is to the west of that dormer, the western dormer, that's a deck.
right, but what he's showing is a whole window, like long window or door, and really you would see
Cut
something.
in.
It would not, you would not see that in the way it's shown.
No, you wouldn't. That was,
And then I'm not
that was
sure
a good
that
catch.
the break of the higher gable over the lower gable is successful. It seems busy.
Right, okay. Good. Is that it?
Yeah, for now.
Okay. Let's see. Abby,
Ray, I'm afraid I'm not on this. I've never been on this
it actually
particular.
says that you are.
It says I am, but I wasn't on this from the beginning.
Okay. Oh, I see. It says camp stepped out. Well, that's odd. Okay. It says recused camp.
Yeah,
And then-
because I wasn't on this from the very beginning. I
Okay.
know this, I know the Watrous house forever.
Right.
but
Okay. So Diane,
I agree with what Val has said. I don't want to keep up a bunch of time. I disagree with her now.
wait, say that again.
I said I agree with what Val has said.
Oh, because I thought you just said I disagree with her.
No, I agree with her. I just didn't want to take up time when we're running.
No. Well, listen, at this late hour, I really appreciate that because I happen to agree with her too. So I'm going to sort of reiterate what I think was a large concern, getting larger because of the thing that Val pointed out about those dormers. So the west elevation of this building is going to be very, very, very visible from Burnell. Okay.
Right.
The whole gesture, Chip, that you made, although I appreciate it, I don't think that it's successful, this idea of just stepping down the gables on either side, because the gable, the long ridge in the middle is still very, very long. Now, in addition to that, let me back up. I don't think that you stepped the gables down on either side. I think you stepped the gable up in the middle, or at least that's what it looks like when I compare it with the earlier drawing. It's gotten taller, not shorter. So it's gotten taller. It's a little bit narrower, but it's still plenty long. It's facing Burnell Street. And to Val's point, those dormers, I think in truth, I've got to look at this some more, but it's got like little sort of flattened out roofs that allow for those windows.
Somebody's typing.
What?
Somebody's oh, never mind.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you. Okay.
Okay. So those, I think, are the overarching concerns, at least for me, and it sounds like for Val, and it sounds like for Diane. So should we motion for some revisions on this, further revisions?
I said motion to hold for revisions.
Yes, please.
Okay, great. So Val, you're in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Okay, Diane, you're in favor of your motion?
Yep.
And the chair is in favor of that motion. So motion carries. We'll see you next time.
Hey, thank you kindly.
Yeah, thanks. All right, kids, it's late. You've all been really great. We covered a lot of ground. It was a heavy agenda, but let's see. Maybe we approve some minutes and then we all go home and relax. So, first thing, can I have a motion to hold items 11 through 18 on old business until the beginning of next Tuesday's meeting?
So
It
move.
has to be 11, wait a minute, it has to be 11 and 13. We've done 12.
Oh, you're correct. 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Absolutely correct. Okay, so there is a motion. Val has made a motion to move those unheard items until the beginning of next Tuesday's meeting. Diane, are you in favor?
Aye.
Great. Val, you in favor of your motion?
Yes.
Okay, who else is here?
It's just us three.
Oh, it is.
I'm here.
And the
Oh,
chair is,
well,
I-
Tobias is here, but we're not going to get to you, Buttercup.
oh, sorry. Yeah, we
Can I,
did.
can I just say one thing? You guys all have amazing strength and fitness, and whatever you're doing, just keep it up. You know, it's a testament to everyone.
Okay, so we'll approve your project.
Thank you. Yay.
We'll approve it next Tuesday, okay?
Great, great. All right, have a good one. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Good night. So the chair is in favor of that motion to hold those items until, carry them over until the beginning of next Tuesday's meeting. So can we simply, to move things along under other business, can somebody move to approve the minutes of May 19th and 26th so we can get that going?
So move.
Thank you, Diane. Val,
Aye.
thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Chair's in favor, motion carries. Okay, now can I have a motion, unless Kathy, do you have anything else that we need to?
No, just the next meeting is next Tuesday. That's all.
Mhm. Okay, do me a favor, Kathy.
Mhm.
Just send out a little reminder because,
Mhm.
you know, I think we're all getting confused now, Monday,
Yes.
Tuesday, that.
I know. I
Meeting is
know.
Tuesday. Okay, so can I now have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to please adjourn this meeting.
Diane, how do
Bye.
you feel about that motion?
Aye.
All
Aye.
right, Val?
Aye.
Okay, chair's in favor of. Thanks so much. Talk to
Bye.
you guys later. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.
Night, night.
Good night.
Good night, Diane. Love you.
I gotta talk to you about the solar thing. I'll call you. Mm. Mm. Oh, come on. Uh, mm.
These are real people, not actors, who've got their eczema under control. With less eczema, you can show more skin. So roll up those sleeves and help heal your skin from within with Dupixent. Dupixent is the first treatment of its kind. Active 3D walkthrough. Buyers can get a closer look by booking a tour, in-person, or via video chat, all for a wonderful looking game you sell on iPad. Go to redfin.com with a free consultation. Introducing awesome at-home for Daniel Bryan Auto. Walk on to any Daniel Bryan Auto where you can choose new real vehicles. Get a bona fide offer for your trade and work your entire deal online, including financing. Then we'll deliver your dream car to your home or office the very same day. You'll save time and money while keeping it awesome at home. Dan O'Brien Auto Group. Keep it awesome. Thanks for being on. Hey, Rob, does it really matter which protein bar I choose? Yes, it does. There are some protein bars that have as much sugar as